Hey! Very nicely timed sunglasses. Hello everybody, welcome into the Bowenthius channel. Bow-now! I've had that in my head for the whole of this morning. Welcome in! Hello! Hello, Skull. Hello, Delta. Good job on snagging the first for the first time in the first's history. All the dailies, all of the welcomes. Hello, Killshot. Hello, Mrs. Killshot. And of course, the Irish Viking. Morning, welcome in. Hello. It's so nice to see such a rowdy beginning to this beautiful stream with so many wonderful people greeting me at the start. My God. I have been... Good day! Good day. I have been scrambling around with not enough time in the morning due to various things proceeding, but I have managed to spend the entirety of the last week, or this week to be specific, configuring things. If you've noticed, the About page down below, or your equivalent, is different. Very different. I did a lot of things. I also added Deltor in the credits, because I've been meaning to for a while, but now I've finally gotten around to it. But the more important thing is that to answer Killshot's question from a month ago, the way you can support me now, is with Streamloots, which is linked down below, which is essentially a middleman between me, and you, and the redeems, that allows you to cast redeem. It's basically the exact same system as the free system, which we'll get on to in a minute. But what was I talking about? Oh yes, the paid system is essentially the same thing as the free system, except it has bells and whistles, and also you support me with your hard-earned funds, which would be very lovely. And in addition to the bells and whistles that come with the redeems, you also get the spam emotes. Some of mine, others that are default to the service. And those are the things that I offer you if you subscribed to streamloots.com/Bowenthius. So, that's how you can support me. If you remember, I mentioned that Ko-Fi is also going to be option. I will configure that in the future. That will also be an option. What you get with Ko-Fi is blog posts about my projects, and also your name. On those screens, on the welcome and the goodbye screens, I'll basically have your name if you're a Patreon... Not Patreon. Patreon! Sorry. Ko-Fi. Supporter man guy person, but I haven't configured that, because all of these things take a lot of time to configure and bug tests and all that. I don't even know if it's working properly. I tested it extensively and hope it's working properly, but you never know. But yes, everything's fully online now. Now, the situation is, for this month, let's say hypothetically speaking, we're talking in hypotheticals here, I get a minimum payout before Twitch actually gives me the money that you give me to support me, with subscriptions and bits and all that. There's a minimum threshold. Let's say that, for the sake of argument, that threshold is 50 American dollars, US dollar dues. I, hypothetically speaking, managed to reach the threshold of $49.75. Which means that I don't get paid this month. Which means that we have to wait until next month until I get my payout, and then I can unaffiliate, because you guys have given me a lot of support recently, and I would like for at least some percentage of that to actually go to the person you're supporting, as opposed to the conglomerate that has more money than I know how to count. Do you know how to count to billions? I don't. I get lost. I get lost when we reach above 1 million. Or not necessarily lost, I just get confused in all of the things. So anyway, seems like we're sort of on schedule, because I said I wanted to have all of this done by the point I reach my affiliate anniversary, which is August 12th. So, that is exactly around the point where I'm probably going to get paid out. So, and that's when that's gonna happen. So expect mid-August, things will happen. But until then, we're unfortunately going to have to be in this middle ground where you both have all of the things that Twitch provides, in addition to all of the new things that I've configured. So, unfortunately, we're in this situation, but to compensate, I'm probably going to maybe not stream as much because I could be working on things in the back end more, but we'll see. Circumstances be what they may. I didn't not stream this Wednesday because I didn't want to, but because I had prior scheduled, not concerns, but I was already booked on Wednesday, let's say. Because it was one of my important patrons' birthday, and I was very poised to attend. But yes, I'm here now, on Friday, this beautiful 25th of July. Isn't it amazing how half of this year is already passed? What did you manage to do in the last 7 months? I hope it was good. I bet it was good. I mean, after all, here, and my scions are the best. I have the strongest scions. The most powerful, the most lovely individuals that I could ever have that could ever compose an audience. Ah! See, this is why your name's in the credits. You made this. You made that fun little animation graphic design. You did that. Still, technically, have this from when I redeemed that second 6-month subscription. Better make the most of this, probable. Last sub notification. Lovely to see you again. I mean, today is the 25th, so if you resubscribe, if it reoccurs on the 25th, then maybe, I don't know. It's all up in the air. It's a lot of unknowns, but I'm trying to be as transparent as possible. But thank you so much for continuing to be one of my greatest supporters, Del Toro. You're a treat that can't be beat. Ah. Right. Beautiful. Beautiful. Right. Oh yeah. Roll the dice, we'll find out. We will, in the fullness of time. We will figure out how things work and what happens. Is there anything... I mean, I did so many things. Oh yes. The daily command and the sigils command are both point target now. So you can just do exclamation mark sigils or exclamation mark... Did I confuse... Oh, wait. I think I confused it. I meant sigils and rank are point target now. I think so, yes. So you can just do exclamation mark rank and exclamation mark sigils, and that tells you what yours are. But if you do exclamation mark sigils and a name of somebody, it tells you what their count is. So you can check other people's counts if you'd like to. I noticed in the last stream that was something that people were looking to do, so now you can. So now those are point targeted. Let's see if I'm correct in telling you which ones are point targeted. So, sigils. Hold on, let's go into the commands tab. Ah, casual outfits isn't beautiful. Look at him, Chad. He was so productive, isn't that lovely? Ah, hydration. I need the hydration. Ah, the spinning hydration was wonderful. It's amazing how I can absolutely contain my composure while being spun around and drinking water. It's incredible. But yes. Alright, daily. Did I make daily a point target? Okay, yes, I did make daily. So daily is a point target. I had it right the first time, and then I confused myself. Because I am a silly man. I am a very silly man. Right, sigil check, I think. Yes, sigils, and sigils is point target. Yes, okay. So sigils and daily is point targeted now, so you can just use it normally, or you can use it with @username to be able to check other people's totals if you want to. If you want to be nosy and see how you compare with the rest of the cast of beautiful scions. You see my magic trick? The mug disappeared without me doing anything. Wasn't that wonderful? You can tell I'm not doing anything because my hands are over here. Unless I have multiple hands, which has not been proven or disproven by the lore. But for the sake of it, I'm gonna say I only have one pair of hands. Right. So, made those point targeted. Edited all of the things to make them ready for stream loots in case anybody decides to support me through those means, because that is now available and open. You get, let's see, one loot box contains 3 cards, and the cards are just my redeems. And if you subscribe, you get 1 pack. I think was it 1 pack or 3 packs? Hold on, let's check the details so I don't get these mixed up. let's see. Oh, right, I forgot I have... Oh, I forgot to do something. Thank you for reminding me. Other side of things, hold on. Where is it? There it is. Capture window. I forgot about the YouTube. YouTube's a fun place. Why isn't it doing what I expected it to? I'm confused. I'm very confused, in fact. Actually, I can stop being confused. Hello. So you're gonna read with one hand class? Yes! Of course! Hello, Oizaza! Hello, welcome in. And for some reason, my things aren't working the way I expected them to. Oh well. I'll live with that. I'll have to. YouTube is indeed a fun place. Isn't it just? Isn't it just? Isn't it just wonderful? Now I forgot what I was doing. Oh yes, I was checking whether or not the things that I was saying were actually factually accurate. Yes, okay, so yes. Okay, so when you subscribe, you get 3 packs, which all have 3 cards each, makes a total of 9 cards. So you get 9 cards per month, which is 9 redeems. Hello! Hold on. Hello, Layla Moon Meadow! I'm assuming... Actually, I shouldn't assume anything. But hello, welcome in, thank you for stopping by. So yes, when you subscribe to me on Stream Looties, you get 3 packs, which have 3 cards each, which is 9 in total, and then you get that per month. And then 1 pack is whatever that is, and it gives you 3 cards, and so on. And then you can craft cards, and it's a lovely thing. And of course, and like I said, when you redeem things through the free system, which is the Scion Sigil system, it still happens, but it doesn't have as many sound effects and on-screen splashes and things. But when you do it through Streamloots, it has a lot of funny bells and whistles that took me hours to configure. Painstaking coding in CSS, which I had to relearn again. And I was overcomplicating it, and I thought, oh, this is going to be so impossible, so hard. And then it turns out there was 1 string, and I edited the 1 string, and it was perfect, and it worked. And I was very happy with that. Whenever you solve complicated configuration problems afterwards, you feel like a genius and a god. Which is an amazing feeling, which is probably why programmers exist, and it's why it's such a popular profession. Or at least it used to be. Times are a-changin', and it's important to change along with them. Because you are a beautiful cornerstone of the history surrounding the world as you experience it, and so on and so forth. So yes, lots of things, lots of beautiful things that work now. New screens, new graphics, new effects, new everythings. Hopefully won't get sued into oblivion. I won't be getting those things because I'm gonna pirate them to seal them for the 7C. Mahaha. Fair enough! And again, if you check the description, you can see all the commands and all the things and so on and so forth. So you do have the option to do it the pirate way, as in not to pay for the thing. Well, we're getting into a lot of technicalities here, but you know, whatever works best, whatever you feel like is the best course of action. Anyway, working in God mode. I try my best. I'm glad and I'm happy with how things are progressing. I feel bad that I haven't streamed as much recently, but simultaneously, it's not like I'm sitting on my laurels. I've had plenty to pontificate on, and things are coming along nicely. I am hopeful that once I finish all of this and August comes and goes, I will be able to dedicate enough time to be able to produce my funny 2.0 and also the Ko-Fi. And when I figure out the Ko-Fi, you'll be able to follow my progress on my 2.0 model over there, if you're curious or interested. If not, you can wait until I finish the thing and then it'll be on the big screen. I hope it will have a lot of improvements compared to this clunky armor set. We all hated Visa and MasterCards. I will say we can't even allow to buy thing because of them. Yes, it is unfortunate that certain circumstances have to impede commerce and so on and so forth, but what can you do? That is unfortunately the cards that we've been dealt. And I have cards to deal on Streamloots! That was a great segue. I didn't plan that. That just happened naturally. I'm so proud of that. I am also very proud of the fact that I restocked on hydrogen, on on hydration. Because now we have a wonderful Wanderer'S library to attend. And I also have a bunch of articles left over from last time that I might be peeking into. Hold on, before I switch screens. I was gonna switch screens, but how about I get the tabs open first before I switch screens? Let's see. 2950, that was an iconic chair. Oh yeah, I was reading about O5 Command because we had to digest the fact that we were in O5 Command and how they're all SCPs in their own rights and they might be false information and so on, so you can never divulge their actual active identities, which is very fun. We did it by the hands. Hands coming this summer. All of the hands. I'm glad the poor little thing hasn't exploded yet. It's been trekking along. I've had it since January. I'm talking about my hand tracking device, which is a very tiny little brick, which is doing wonders for me. Oh yeah, and we learned about the Black Queens, and there's 50 million of those as well. Right, so I promised Wanderer'S Library, so let's Wanderers in the libraries instead. This is the correct screen. Yes! Here we are! I have no idea what I'm going to encounter, but let's encounter it together. Look at this place, it's green! I am not affiliated with the color green in any way, shape, or form. Actually, this brings up a very fun, interesting fact I had. When I was figuring out my color scheme... one sec... When I was figuring out my color scheme... instead of having the red goop you see before me, there was actually a precedent for it to be teal. And I was going to be a green, like it was going to be, instead of magenta, it was going to be this sort of coloration, and I was going to be teal instead of red. So that was a thing that never got past the drawing board stage. I did like that color scheme, but I felt like it was a bit too common, and I felt like I wanted to be a scary red boy instead. So, here we are. Anyway, random story. Click. What happens? Slow loading to... Oh, okay. Well, that's a fun thing. Finally teaching green grass good for you. Green grass is good. I actually spent a large portion of yesterday touching the iconic green... What is grass? No, it's not. Flora! Green flora! There we go. I was almost going to call it fauna, but that's... Fauna is the wildlife and the animals. Flora is the plants and the... I keep wanting to say the word vegetables for some reason. Oxygen. Oxygen is very important. Green grass good. Green grass great. Let's find out what is our fate. Is that 1% of queso? What is he doing here? Oh, I get that reference because he's a streamer and I'm a streamer. Well, I mean, that's not what the reference is. The reference is because you see a lot of jokes circulating about queso's mass, for lack of a better term, but that's fun. Anyway. Shelf Southwestern 00MU, dedicated to Amenenope, the Almost Glorious. Are you guys familiar with Amenenope, the Almost Glorious? Amenenope? Amenenope. Say that 3 times fast. Amenenope. Amenenope. Yeah, you can just, instead of trying to pronounce the whole thing, just disconnect it into several words. So this is amen and nope. Amen-y-nope. Amen-y-nope, pipapa. Beautiful. What the hell is this about? Deus is haec otea fecit. That's Latin for God has crutches. I don't know. I know that from my time serving in the Great Holy Legion and the Great Crusades, that Deus Vult is God wills it. So I know Deus, but I have no idea what the rest of this means. I could click on it. I don't know what happens when I click on it. I'm gonna click on it. Clicking on it has stopped time. Clicking on it does nothing. Either that or my browser has failed me. Of course, he is glorious because he is so wide open. He is very wide. He is very open and wide towards many forms of humor relating to his size and or girth. Except for the part where the minute you say something like that, he follows it up after reading your joke with banning you. But that's not the kind of vibe I'm here to represent. I'm here to read. I recognize Deus as what they used to call me. I mean, heard it from other places too. Exactly. The Deus Age. Right. Let us read. Across the ages and the worlds, many esteemed oracles and pedigreed sibyls, unanimously, is that? I thought the U was colored different. I'm going insane. Unanimously foresaw the coming of Amenenope, the most glorious, a figure of power and wisdom, fated to lead the universe in a new age of knowledge and prosperity, as the oracle foretold. To determine more accurately the finer details of the most glorious is coming, these seers and sages secluded themselves in the library for a year and a day. The day is very important. Oxygen. What was the game? I think it was Subnautica, that constantly told you that your oxygen is depleting, and when your oxygen is really low, the communication lady in your earpiece just says, oxygen. Oxygen. Very important thing. Probably. Too much of it is bad, but not enough of it is also bad. Balance in all things. You think they had any pirate oracles? CRs! Aye, me Vaco! You be very persnickety with your desire to shoehorn in some piracy in there, me boyo. But you did it! You managed to do it, and now we're here, in the midst of Captain Bowenthius. In the beautiful world of the Captain. It's so wonderful to sail the seven seas. The seas have been very calm lately, and I've been very happy for it. With the sun on me back, covered by me 50 million layers of clothing and cloaks, I've been able to enjoy all the splendors and wonders of the sea without having to succumb to heat syncope. Right, where were we? At the end of their retreat, they had shaped a perfect likeness of Amenemep. I bet that's a terrible captain's name. Captain Amenemep. I bet they are incapable of row with the bully boys. They cannot row their ships. They cannot do anything. The amazing technology of today makes it so that I can have a beautiful engine in me boat. Multiple engines that roar with the power of diesel. That's a true captain's ambition, to have a diesel-powered boat. I've been enjoying myself and immersing myself lately in the 1990s cyberpunk aesthetic, most notably coined and popularized by Ghost in the Shell and the Animatrix. If you're familiar with that aesthetic, you should not be surprised if you ever see me in a similar sort of outfit, where there's so much jagged metal and rough, rusted edges. It's beautiful. Right. At the end of their retreat, they had shaped a perfect likeness of Amenanope, and managed to divine his birthday and birthplace with the uttermost precision, down to the second and centimeter. As a pirate, I have no idea how to count numbers in centimeters and all that. I just use me thumb and me pirate's hook that I currently cannot show you due to the fact that I've only lost me one good eye and have all of me limbs attached to myself. That would have been fun if I remember that I could actually have a pirate's hook on my hand. I mean, it's not too late, I could always model one, or put myself with some peg legs so you can see my feet, because they are rare. A rare sight to behold. But then again, you could just check wherever I've put in my beautiful, what are they called? Reference sheets and so on and so forth. Life. It's so difficult being a social pirate because I'm on me boat and I'm isolated on the big beautiful pearl that is the ocean, and I can't really, even though I've got me pirate's computer on me ship and I can freely connect with people across the world, keeping up with so many different facets of groups and people and all that can be very taxing on little old me. And I don't know whether or not I'm in the wrong, because I don't really feel the desire to reach out to people simultaneously cope with the fact that I don't really mind if you forget to wish me a happy birthday. I'm all good. And the thing is that keeping up with your contacts is a two-way road. So, just because I'm not contacting people doesn't mean that they can't extend a finger and contact me. But they don't, and that's how relationships and friendships fall apart. And I don't know whether that's right. I don't mind it. I am not emotionally taxed by the fact that all the people that I've spoken to over the course of my life are people I no longer speak to. As it goes, that is what life is. I am perfectly content on me boat and on me ship with me laptop playing thousands of hours of RimWorld and configuring streamloots.com/Bowenthius. And being upset over the fact that I'll have to do a Twitch mandatory commercial break in 28 minutes and 14 seconds. Anyway, where were we? In fact, their calculations were so precise that they didn't take into account the fundamental imprecision of the universe and most things living in it. On the night of Amenanope's supposed conception, his father drank a little too much after leaving work and was then unable to find his way home and conceived the most glorious... Oh, wow. He be on a rim of the world, far fay any man. Yes. It's true, I've had the most beautiful experience yet, even though it's fraught with bugs and having to have developer mode open so I could regain my society and colony and so on and so forth. But it's been overall a beautiful experience. I never knew the joys of staring down my enemies and then teleporting them towards a blender and watching them get just obliterated. Things that I used to struggle with that would take out arms and limbs and legs and eyes and even give me permanent brain damage. Oh look, it's a Bowen! Oh look, it's a Lord Houdini! Hello, Lord Houdini, how goes the laving of the life? Welcome in and thank you for stopping by. Hello! Hope life is treating you well. It's been treating me. Anyway. So, I have a beautiful army of automatroid mecha machete shredder men that are very effective at their job, and then I have one guy that has the psychic weave. He controls the weave like Baldur's Gate, and he uses it to just teleport his enemies into the machete blender, and it is so fun to watch all my problems disappear with zero repercussions and zero cost to my being, even though I already incurred the fact that most of my colonists are more machine than man with all of the prosthetics I'd had to install on them. Pretty good, we are executing peasants at a pleasing pace. Ah. And quite a persnickety peacekeeping plan you have. I can't think of any more alliterations, I'm sorry, I'm not on my A game today. This sounds like a wonderful endeavor, indeed! After all, what is a lord without a couple of peasantry genocides? I unfortunately cannot relate because I have a legion of scions that I very much cherish and love individually as they were my RimWorld colonists, and I could not even imagine myself harming them intentionally by any means whatsoever, so... I don't even know how to describe it, you just get so emotionally invested in them because you've seen them around and they've interacted with you and they've hung around with you to such a point that you just... It's really sad to put it into parasocial terms because the reality is that they're just names on a screen, but at the end of the day, they're more than that to me. They're people, they're scions, they're friends, they're comrades, they're compatriots. We have made sport of it. Quite a good time. You should join. Oh boy. Oh boy. I have a hilarious party trick when it comes to the peasants. I could make them sprout into a bone tree. That is hilarious. Also incredibly painful for them, but hilarious for the oligarchy and the royalty. The fun part is that I could also do that to the royalty and the oligarchy. So when they're laughing at the peasants being sprouted into bone trees, they're kind of tugging their collars and a bit awkward next to me because with a stare I could do the same to them. That's a new one. Can't wait to see it. Can't wait to see it, old chap. I'm happy to hear that I'm always welcome to an audience in your chambers, Houdini. It's amazing all the things you can do with osteomancy. You want me to teach it to you? It's what my whole shtick is about. I'm kind of like Xavier's school for lost people who want to shred people using the power of bones. It's a very long title, I'm still workshopping it. Also, Xavier doesn't even factor into this, I just wanted to name drop the X-Men, because this is kind of the vibe I'm going for here. Right. Where were we in this beautiful read? Oh yes, we were talking about the birth of a god, but the father of the god was too drunk and couldn't conceive the child. The soothsayers were left with a stained reputation and a useless statue while the mostly uncaring universe moved on. But even if you never were, oh almost glorious, you were remembered. You are remembered. So this is a statue of a god that almost was, but he wasn't born because his father was too drunk. That's a fun story. I'm glad we got through this via the power of random. If you do it right, you can have bloody bones as weapons. That is true. Depending on the amount of, well, what's the word I'm looking for? Saturation of different elements and chemicals in your bones, you can have different color variations, such as blood, jet black, or my face. My face color, egg? Is the color of my face? I think there's a specific name for this type of color. It's either bone or egg. Egg-colored face. That's me. Where were we? After some leisurely scrounging, you've collected a sizable stack of random stories. Couldn't find what you were looking for? Check the index. Ah. Well, my weapon of choice is army. Army is good. It's very important to have army, but I'm a bad micromanager. Unless it's a turn-based game, I am terrible at real-time strategy micromanagement. So instead of doing that, I focus on a single pawn, in this case me, and I put all of my eggs into that basket, kind of like a hero character, like in World of Warcraft. Oh, wait, no, Warcraft 3, I think. Those are some old references. Armies have bones, so it's a good weapon, yes! And if your army dies, I can repurpose them into millions of bone shards to be imagine a rain of arrows, but they're all made out of surgically precision bone. Horrifying for your enemies, a delightful time with popcorn for you! Order the Bowenthius services online. Right. Well, is this Disguacia. Klaus the Closet. Oh yeah, there's a featured segment, and I'm probably gonna go to the featured segment. Oh, it's a poem! Sounds like we should partner up. I get bone arrows, you get bones. Yes, indeed. I have very, very large bone coffers, because every single one of my scions generates and collects bones for me, which I generously let them keep. Until the end times come. Until the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse ride, in which case I will collect all of the bones and prepare with my giant Cthulhuian-sized bone mech form that pierces the heavens and the clouds. That's my final form, which will eventually happen in the fullness of time. I'm kind of jumping ahead in the Bowenthius lore story, you see. I have a bone surplus. I don't really have a need for them. Excellent! The more donations, the merrier. I would love to obtain your coffers. With the right amount of bone and the chasms decor can be complete, yes. Oh yeah, you just reminded me that that's another thing, another project that I need to be doing is chiseling the walls of the fathomless chasm into beautiful statues of my scions. Because you are the things that hold this stream up. Ah, that is gonna happen in the fullness of time, of course. I have 50 million. How many projects do I have queued up that I am working on? I have reorganizing the stream, so I have free redeems and stream loots. Ko-Fi, that's a project on its own accord. I have VGen things queued up. I have an Elden Ring montage, and I have that's the word I was looking for yesterday. I was talking to somebody else about my Elden Ring montage, and that's what I was meaning. And an Elden Ring Vlati video style video project narrated by me to show off that I can narrate. Hello, I'm a voice actor. So how many are we up to at this point? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. My 2.0, 6. And then the Fathomless Chasm is an actual model, so that's 7. I don't know, numbers. So many projects! And I've started very few of them, but in the fullness of time, we have a full year and so many things that will be completed. Rapture is just Bowen lifting bones in the air. It just so happens to make people float. That is true. I could technically simulate the rapture happening. I could make people float upwards into the sky. And then I could shred them and steal their bones, and then only the clothes float down and remain. Having millions of projects lined up, know this feeling too well. I know, right? It's just that there's so many things that you want to do and need to do, but there's so many things that you also have to do simultaneously, and the more time progresses, the less of it you have. Oh, it's wonderful, but also taxing. Anyway, I love this feeling of unripe desire, lusting on that ice cream, coveting on that shy guy who blushes like forbidden fruit. What am I reading? Rating +9. I enjoy corrupting my pure mind, sweetening my thoughts with some black sugar, and then washing my hands in perfume. Birth from honey. I thrill this loop of cannibalizing, nibbling, gnawing myself, the tips of my fingers, the cords of my waist, the sorrow of my belly, all stained in magnesium, zinc, copper, and carbohydrates. The hell am I reading? I crave the sugary bitterness of sinking my tooth into your fibrous anger, godly sap of the original sin, tasting quite like bitter almonds. But soon the sugar cube in acidic waters dissolves, like a grafted tongue in a rose, and soon the cherry on top falls and roots and rots. The spins, they rotted as well. Yet the sour taste embeds its hidden roots in my teeth to blossom inwards, and then I no longer love this feeling. I have no idea what I just read or what it's about, and I do not care to find out, so I'm just gonna go back to the front page. Ha! Glorious spinning. I haven't been keeping an eye on... aha, right. Top rated pages of the month, most recently posted. Yeah, let's see. Estudiante. Created 8th of July 2025, so you know it's recent. So you know it's good shit. That's a reference for you. So you know it's good. My grandmother grew up in a land of monuments renamed for the vanity of the powerful, of bitten tongues and tense silences, where the dollar reigned over, a land of blood-sleek streets, of missing fathers and brothers, and girls walked out of office doors with a limp... Ooh. We're getting into not bad territories immediately. As the will of the powerful dominated, but when I asked her about her childhood, she smiles, recalls laughter and music in her mother's kitchen, even as the portrait of Trujillo above the door would leer. Playing with her cousins in crystal blue water, sun-kissing brown skin, how the days felt endless and beautiful. As boots marched down her streets, she sighs wistfully, telling me about the business school she attended, her plans to go to the pharmacy school. My smile cracks around the edges here, the part where she doesn't. Where she gets married, has my father. I'm thinking about her as I stare at my computer, eyes squinted and dry, fingers cramped as I wring my brain out onto my keyboard, chest tight, as I try to calculate how many hours I must work to afford a bed frame and not miss class. My father walks in with a smile. I know he's proud. He thanks God that I'm smarter than he was at my age. I pray that one day it feels that way. He hands me an old passport, and there she is, my grandmother, freshly 18, and under her name, Estudiante. Her smile is wide, her eyes bright and deep brown. Hair, poofed and styled, pearls adorn her neck. I try to imagine her at that age, still the unwaveringly practical woman I know and love, just earlier in the process, stumbling over English, struggling to fit in a country that didn't want her, enduring stares and whispers from coworkers and friends alike, but still eager, hungry, and for the first time in years I feel like I know something. I can see why this is featured. That was beautiful. That was very beautiful. The story of a life of trials and tribulations. Alright. I'm absorbing the text into my non-physical psyche. You see the bubbles raising up, that's me consuming the text. The Mayfly, 10th of July. What have we got going on here? Does this even count as what is this style of writing? I am ignorant because I have forsaken reading and books and so on in my earlier years, so I'm so ignorant to the point where I can't even name what this style of text is. Does it count as a poem? I think so. Sorrow bound atop a tower, the damsel mourned her love, her dragonfly half her life past. A thrall of fate ill wove, hither spake, yes, of course, yeah, I love it when people use the word spake. Hither spake a newborn voice, wherefore dost thou not fly above the clouds which choketh thee? Anyway, sir, I have minds to corrupt, timelines to change, and bodies to alter. Hope you have a lovely stream, old chap. 'Tis cold prose, thank you. I know you didn't write 'tis cold prose, but I read it that way, and I'm gonna stick to it. Thank you for informing me of what this is. I forgot the word prose existed. Right. So, yes, thank you for stopping by, and I hope you enjoy your endless bout of activities. And again, it's wonderful to see familiar names pop up from time to time. Notorious they may be. Alright. Hither spake a newborn voice, wherefore dost thou not fly? Above the clouds which choketh thee, she cried, what cause have I? My lover hath returned to dirt, this monolith his grave. So shall I wait atop this stone, mine own death soon to brave. Wouldst thou take mine hand instead, the younger didst lament. Mine own sweetheart hath aught to have to be. I'm really good at this. Unrelated, send me some art for an upcoming project I'm working on. Would love to include you. Yes. But also where? Do I? Oh yeah, I think actually, I think all the Discord servers we used to share have been closed down due to the fact that the collabs associated with said Discords no longer exist. But I think I will be able to find you somewhere. Oh, there you are. That was easier than I had envisaged. Hold on. Oh wait, hold on. That's not meant to be there. Hold on. So when Discord has streamer mode enabled, it doesn't show you Discord, but if you are trying to open files in Discord, it shows you that window. I'm doing it now so I do not forget. There we go. There you go, Chief. Done. Anyway, take care and hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. Right. Some may claim it sows discord with the way it works. Oh, it does. Ever since it got bought out by bigger company, it has been terrible. But that's usually the way things work. Bigger things and bigger companies just enshitify everything. You are welcome. Fare thee well. May you ride upon the suffering of your enemies. That was a weird sentence, but I'm sticking to it. Alright. Wouldst thou take my hand instead, the youngster did lament. My lover hath returned to dirt, the monolith his grave, so I shall wait atop this stone, my own death soon to brave. Wouldst thou take mine hand instead, the youngster did lament. Mine own sweetheart hath aught to be. Thrice good is being dead. Thou art but a mayfly, the grieving maiden called. Grieveling. Grieveling is actually a word that Valve invented to identify a sort of skinny kobold goblin hybrid thing that they invented as a species, and their many numerous properties. Well, just one Dota. Anyway. Come mourn, thy wings wouldst fade away, our love is doomed to crawl. Even if crawling is still movement, which means you're still progressing even if it's a crawling. Just because you're crawling doesn't mean that you're not progressing. You crawl to walk, and you walk to run, and you run to fly. That's how humans work, right? You fly, you guys can fly with your weird flesh wings that you have, that you keep hiding under your clothes? I'm not too sure on human anatomy, so forgive my ignorance. The lonely mayfly shook his head, and caught the wind, and flew. Nay, I shan't fall afore first light, ere love shall pay its dues. Dancing on a silk-clad casket, the widow split good wine. Betwixt the crooked wooden splats, pooling corpse wax shined. Ew. The passing mayfly thusly cried, struck by her bloody mirth, surely thou art mad with grief, nay, 'tis my own rebirth. Oh, right. Mine own husband was a cruelty unto we who loved him. Huh. And thou art truly blessed by God, thy path ne'er crossed him. Wow. That is an amazing way to diss somebody. I beg thee recall not his ilk, and marry me in turn. A single heart I doth pursue, afore I fill my urn. Thou art but a mayfly, quoth she, her love impaired. The only arms to hold thee now are those upon hell's stair. The lonesome mayfly shook his head and caught the wind and flew. Fie, I shan't die afore dawn breaks, ere love shall pay its dues. Take the hint, dude. Not midnight past, patrolling low, the coachman came across a wizened mayfly on their stair, an aged ghost long lost. Hark, sirrah! Hast thou strength enough to join the devil's feast? The banquet had presently begun, with room for thee at least. The aged mayfly thusly said, I shan't forsake my hope, it is my wish to find one love afore I snag my rope. His darkness is thy fairest host, and hastens thee below. Hastens. The T is silent. Unlike me. Hence thou shalt dine with he tonight, lest unloved wilt thou end. Wait, I missed my... Hold on. Mayfly, thou canst not in good faith rebuke the Lord of Hell. Thou art but a mayfly, echoed his stark command. Hence, thou shalt dine with he tonight, lest unloved wilt thou end. The lonesome mayfly bowed his head. I shall meet thy master, but I shan't fail afore night ends, ere love will not move faster. Jesus. The devil's courtyard he traversed, wrapped in membranous cloak. Woe, mine heart hath not the vigor! My wishes cannot choke. Thus spake the devil's harlequin, with ungainly grimace. From this fancy, shouldn't thou awake, flee this sinner's palace. The old mayfly replied in kind, I must meet thy master, and bargain for my end undone. Love shan't elude me after. Thou set forth a vain travail, a dullard's own disaster. Canst thou not see 'tis not for thee? That's a quote from Invoker, also from Dota 2. Thou art one loathsome bastard, lonesome bastard. Thou art but a mayfly, the fool chanted once more. Didst thou wish to travail whither the devil beds his whores? The lonesome mayfly shut his eyes, which still refused to weep. These barbs of thine affect me not. That's also... Honestly, I'm taking notes here on all these lines as, retorts to use. These barbs of thine affect me not, ere love shall guide my sleep. Speaking of the devil's beds, as approach, yes, the yellow sparks call me hither, but I am hoping that I will be able to read this before they... Also, I can do this. I forgot I could do that. So, ads have been snoozed. Now I can laugh and mock because I have control, or at least the illusion of it. Ah! Hither, oh hither, the morning's dew proclaims what madness calls me. Oh, yes. Where were we? Oh, yes. Beds the whores, yes. The lonesome mayfly shut his eyes, which still refused to weep. Though these barbs of thine affect me not, her love shall guide my sleep. High o'er lakes of molten sin, pandemonium loomed. Reminds me of Pandemonica from... Ah, there we go. Thank you, Scalesian Bot. I was wondering if that functions, and it functions on both ends. Beautiful. Unfortunately, on the other side of things, it doesn't actually work as a link. We have to figure out if it's possible to embed there. Anyway. Oh, I see how that works. Okay, so everything's functioning on my end. Anyway. What was I doing? Oh, yes. Pandemonium loomed beyond the queue at the black gate. The mayfly glimpsed his tomb, and that crowd turned to look unto similar marks of doom. For those poor souls awaiting death were mayflies, same as him. Kin! What for do all you gather at Satan's frontmost gate? A whisper was beset upon the mayflies, bid to wait. We wish for love to hither find, quoth that terrible horde, which we shall in spite of time afore the break of morn. You are only mayflies, he uttered in response. Ironic. How can you hope to thence find love in spite of its absence? The mayfly nevermore alone fell unto deep despair. Hark! We shan't fall afore sunrise, ere love shall meet us there. Oh, mayflies. The fight against inevitability, but the boundless spirit of hope. 'Tis beautiful, 'tis beautiful. But unfortunately my time has hither come as well, and I must bid thee farewell until the demons of Twitch pass by and we are free from their onslaught once more. Hither onto the BRB screen we go, for the words on stream beckon us hair and toe. Baba Booey. Be right back, everybody. Ah. Wonderful show, everybody, wonderful show. And we are back. I don't know if you noticed, but if you didn't notice, let me point it out for you. You had an extra round that time. And the reason for that is because I messed up the timings. Because I'm supposed to click the run ad button so it finishes the minute we finish a round. But I missed the timing on that. I was supposed to click it on the second last lock, and I usually get so distracted by actually playing the game, I forget that I have a job to do, so we had an extra round to compensate. I'm so glad that I remembered that I have a snooze button to utilize in these times of need. Right, we return to the wonderful world of prose. By closing the prose. What else have we got going on for ourselves? Green Ghost? Is this also prose? Oh, hell yeah, there we go. We've got something that is storied and varied. Let us begin. Green Ghost. Rating plus 12. The problem was not the job, mamita linda. You know how I felt when, after 2 months without news, the phone rang, and that voice, which sounded like an angel of the Lord, announced to me, "Dear Mr. Rodriguez, you have been chosen for the position." To this day, I don't know what pleased me more, that they had hired me, or that at last someone was talking to me with respect. But you must remember the scream I let out as soon as they hung up. On the other end of the line, the scare I gave you because you thought someone had died, and the long hug that followed in the kitchen while I told you the good news. That day, everything tasted like glory and I even asked you for seconds. The power of getting hired. I would love to know what that feels like. No, mamita linda, the city was not the problem either. I do not deny that it is ugly, really ugly, and that people here seem to live only because the alternative is to die. In the mornings, traffic clogs the city's arteries, and emergency calls and the wailing of police sirens dominate the night. There are times when the air tastes like plastic, oh god, and you cannot see the hills You cannot see the hills. They tell me it is because of so many cars, so many city dwellers who want to show off their engines, even if they dye the sky brown. Dropkick! Oh god, I've been dropkick. Hello, gold ship, welcome in. An iconic dropkick is laid down before me. I forgot. I lost my place. There are times when the air tastes like plastic, you cannot see the hills. Air tastes like plastic? No way, can I try it? I wouldn't recommend it. Plastic is the modern day lead. So, you don't want your brain filled with microplastics now, do you? That impedes your cognition and makes you less, just in every facet. Or at least that's what I've heard. I could be completely wrong. I don't know for a fact that it does that, but I've read that microplastics are bad for you because they travel up your bloodstream and into your brain. And you don't want your brain full of plastic. At least I assume you don't, unless you're into that kind of thing. I don't judge. I wish that I could tell you that the rain helps to clean this place a little, but in the news they say it is acidic, and I don't want to know more about that. No wonder you left here. Oh. Immediately, we went from good news to horrifying environmental storytelling. And before you even think about it, the problem wasn't the people at the law firm either. Yes, the job pays little, and there are days when it's more boring than watching laundry dry, but it is what it is. Ah, classic, it is what it is. They still won't let me handle my own cases, let alone be a partner in the firm, but I'm learning. At least I'll leave here with enough experience to manage on my own. My dad says that adversity builds character. Oh god. And believe me, I'm going to get plenty of character here, with so many screams, fights, and dramas. I can tell when I have to take the blame for things that are not, my fault and duck so they won't cut my head off. Yes. The problem, Mom, was the ghost. When I saw the ad on the internet, apartment for rent, I didn't think twice. The place was 20 minutes from the office, and the rent was surprisingly cheap for the area. I didn't have many other options either, because I had little money to spare and desperately needed a place to stay. So I called the number in the ad. The landlady was a short, temperamental, and unfriendly woman. She met me the same day to show me the apartment.
I asked for 2 months' rent in advance for the deposit.
She told me very seriously.
No parties, pets, whores, smoking, or working from home. Oh, and the other room is haunted.
Wow. This surprise annoyed me. I have nothing against ghosts, zombies, vampires, or other undead, but it certainly would have been nice if the ad had clearly stated that I was to share the apartment. Anyway, I didn't want to be rude, and after some thought, I decided that having a supernatural entity for a roomie wouldn't be so bad. That sounds so mundane. I have a ghost in the other room. At least it would make my rent cheaper. I signed the lease, paid the deposit, and was soon alone in my new residence. I devoted that first afternoon to soaking it all in. As old as this part of town was, the building and my apartment were The building and my apartment were very well preserved. The walls, though they were bare concrete, had some charm in their austerity. A few paintings or potted plants would be enough to make them feel truly homey. The furniture was also very old and worn from what undoubtedly had been generations of tenants, and it didn't look like it was going to break. The living room chair squeaked a bit when I sat down, and the dining room table had some scratches and coffee stains, but none of them particularly bothered me. Well, I mean, any port in a storm, or so they say. The only detail that bothered me, which I somehow missed, was the being shown around the apartment. Which I somehow missed while being shown around the apartment, was a green stain on the wall of the shared bathroom. At first, I thought it was mold, but after scrubbing it, I realized it was not an invading fungus, but a strange, slimy substance that quickly evaporated when I pulled it away from the wall. I quickly understood what it was, and very indignant, I decided to talk to the ghost as soon as he appeared in the apartment. If we were going to get along, we would have to agree on some rules, such as not leaving ectoplasm or other paranormal residues in the bathroom. In the evening, the ghost finally returned from whatever he had been during the day. I could tell because suddenly I felt a terrible cold that would not go away even though I had turned on the heating. The doors of the apartment shook as if a violent wind had hit them. The window panes fogged up, and human handprints appeared on them. Hold on, I need to catch my breath for a second. I am bumbling the words so much. Slow and steady wins the race. Keep the oxygen in. The Spectre was undoubtedly introducing himself, so I did the same and told him I was the new tenant. I didn't have to mention the ectoplasm stain in the bathroom to him. He apologized himself and explained. By writing on the fogged glass that the landlady hadn't told him she had rented the place again either. So he hadn't had time to clean up. I accepted his apology and promised to keep the space clean as well. I wished him to be a good roommate even if he had no bodily needs. I must admit that any reservations I might have had about my fleshless cohabitant quickly vanished during the first night, and soon I was sitting with a cup of hot chocolate, conversing with the Spectre through our improvised means of communication. This way, I learned that his name was Giorgio Siguenza, who had been dead for 50 years and in life was a member of the Liga 23 de Septembre. That's... It actually goes to a Wikipedia page. Liga Comunista 23 de Septembre. It was a Marxist-Leninist and later council communist urban guerrilla movement that emerged in Mexico in the early 1970s. Ah. Real-world lore. Neat. He had been one of the people in charge of printing and distributing the organization's pamphlets and newspapers, and at times he was also in charge of hiding the weapons that his companions gathered to fight the army and the government. Oh, this just got way more interesting all of a sudden. He had no issue with telling me... I love how they quickly establish the fact that it's a ghost, and then they immediately circumvent the novelty because it's a supernatural thing, and now it's... Again, this is just a person, he's just differently abled because he's a ghost. That's very interesting. He had no issue with telling me how he had died. For us living people, death is a sensitive subject that is not to be discussed lightly, but for the dead, it is as simple as talking about the weather. He explained to me that one night, as he was returning from the clandestine meeting with potential recruits, a black car followed him. 3 masked men got out and at gunpoint took him blindfolded to a place where they tortured him for the names of his comrades. Since he did not say anything, although he suspects that it wouldn't have mattered if he talked, they shot him twice in the head and threw his body into the sea to destroy any evidence. That is why no one ever found out who killed him, and since he never received nor will he ever receive justice, he must now remain in perpetual vigil until the end of time. That is how the fucking government works, he concluded. From then on, Gregorio... Sorry, I messed up because... You know that phenomenon where you see the first and last letter and your brain fills in the rest to save time? Well, it messed up on that part. Gregorio and I had a mostly pleasant coexistence. I think this was largely due to our first friendly encounter, but also because I am a very heavy sleeper and he always limited his scares to the common areas in the room he inhabited. His paranormal activity never woke me up at all. We did occasionally have disagreements and conflicts, of course, like the time when, after a long night of drinking and smoking, I came home with a woman who Gregorio frightened away by appearing in the bathroom mirror. Aww. Hydration! Hydration's important. I need it. Thank you for the hydrate. I shall do it as soon as my hands activate. Hands! There they are. Glug, 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 I spin and drink simultaneously. Wonderful. Spinning, it's beautiful. A whole 360 degrees, one for every facet of reality. No, I will not elaborate. Sometimes I woke up thirsty in the early hours of the morning, and, forgetting Giorgio's presence, I got a big scare when I saw how the dishes and vases moved by themselves in the kitchen. Apart from these incidents, sharing the apartment was not so bad. After all, on those occasions, I love how this feels like a sitcom, where you go into the kitchen and you see the plates floating above and levitating, and instead of being scared that you're being haunted by a poltergeist, you're like... Gregorio! Oh, that's our Gregorio! That's the green ghost! Bye. It's hilarious. Right. Apart from these incidents... You better be doing the dishes! Actually, that's a really good point. Couldn't ghosts do the dishes by levitating the dirt and grime off of it, or just... haunting the sink? Yeah, actually having a poltergeist would be great, because they could do the dishes. Huh, I never thought about that. Poltergeists would make great dishwashers. After all, on those occasions when our schedules coincided, we had a good time. We talked, watched TV. What the hell does a ghost even do as a day job? What is he busy with? Oh, I gotta get my daily haunting in. Sorry, there's this place that I have to haunt just for shits and giggles. I mean, I guess being incorporeal means that you have permanent no clip and could basically go anywhere. I just realized that being a ghost is a lot like some of the dreams that I have, where I can feel myself floating above the skies and flying, and it would be very similar to that. So honestly, being a ghost sounds amazing. But then again, you wouldn't have the afterlife, and you'd be stuck in a perpetual, unlimited existence in the world that we live in. But you know, ups and downs, ups and downs. It's still living. You're effectively immortal, even though you're dead. Still, existence, it carries on into the afterlife. Ha! It's cool to be undead. Heh. I don't even know if I technically qualify as undead. Yeah, I don't know. I mean... yeah, I don't know. Sure, it sounds good, though no body would be an... oh yeah, I can't sense, I can't feel. The sensations of human life, all of the wonders and chemicals that get inserted into my brain, they're all gone because I no longer have a brain. I have no body to have chemicals pumped into. Unfortunate. Right. We talked, watched TV, and even spent time together while I cooked. Gregorio! Nobody could stop you. Nobody could stop me. Nobody once told me, though. I realize what you did there, but I'm glad you also spelled it out. I feel like I spent all my energy in the last hour. And now I feel like taking a nap. Gregorio explained to me that although he did not have the same senses... immediately going into what we were talking about. Although he did not have the same senses and needs as a living human being, he still enjoyed the scented steam escaping from a hot cup of coffee, the smell of food and flowers. He kindly asked me to put him in my ofrenda on Day of the Dead. Oh, so this really, the Day of the Dead is a celebration. There's a whole, I think it's called Coco. It was a whole movie about this concept. About this tradition in, I want to say Spanish and or Mexican cultures. I'm going to assume Mexico. Forgive and correct my ignorance, if you can. So he could taste some of the delicacy prepared for the deceased. I promised him I would. Cinco de Mayo. Yes. Is that what it's called? I mean, that just translates to Day of the Dead, doesn't it? No, it isn't. That is a... annual celebration held on May 5th to celebrate Mexico's victory over the Second French Empire in the Battle of Puebla in 1862. Led by General Ignacio Zaragoza. Cinco de Mayo is sometimes mistaken for Mexican Independence Day, the most important national holiday in Mexico, which is celebrated September 16th. Commemorating the Day of Dolores in 1810, which initiated the Mexican War of Independence from Spain. Ah. Oh! Again, I'm extremely ignorant on these things, so essentially, from what I'm reading, it seems like Mexico had their own wars of independence and so on. The one day where those behind the veil peek out. Yes, where they celebrate all of the deceased... more popular in the United States than in Mexico, Cinco de Mayo has become associated with the celebration of the Mexican-American culture. Celebrations began in Colombia, California, where they have been observed annually since 1862. The day gained nationwide popularity beyond those of Mexican-American heritage in the 1980s due to advertising campaigns by beer, wine, and tequila companies. Today, Cinco de Mayo generates beer sales on par with the Super Bowl. In Mexico, the commemoration of the battle continues to be mostly ceremonial, such as, though, military parades or battle reenactments. The city of Puebla marks the event with various festivals and reenactments of the battle. So does that differentiate from the Day of the Dead? The Day of the Dead is a holiday traditionally celebrated on November 1st to 2nd, though other days, such as October 31st or November 6th may be included depending on the locality. The multi-day holiday involves family and friends gathering to pay respects and remember friends and family members who have died. Okay, so Cinco de Mayo and Day of the Dead are two different things. It's Dia de los Muertos is what it translates to. I was wrong, right. There we go, we learned something new. Hey! Hobby forgetter, who is a bug guy and not a big guy, welcome in. I just got a tattoo. Nice! If you don't mind me asking, what is it of? Is it important? Does it have sentimental value, or does it just look really cool? Whatever the case, congrats. I hope you enjoy it. And welcome in, and thank you for stopping by. So yeah, we learned a bunch of things. Day of the Dead is Dia de los Muertos, and it's different from Cinco de Mayo. And both of those are observed and celebrated in Mexico. I'll visit Mexico someday. It seems like a place full of a lot of culture. Right, where were we? I forget. So he could taste some of the delicacies prepared for the deceased. I promised him I would. After all this, Mom, you must be wondering why I mentioned that the problem was the ghost, and I will now explain. Gregorio never caused me any serious discomfort or any desire to move. The problem came with the other ghost, a nuisance by the name of Stefan. After nearly 8 months of living together, Gregorio and I had adjusted perfectly to each other's routine and habits. We'd spend a long time without having any disagreements, and I'd even introduced the Spectre to my living friends who thought he was charming. But all good things must come to an end. It's Morse code for nothing. On alongside my inner right forearm. Ah! Neat. I've always thought about having some sort of text on my bodily features, but if I were ever to have that, it would probably be something edgy and in Latin, because I just really like Latin. I have also Greek, as you can tell by the fact that I'm an Osteomancer. So, nothing on your arm then. Exactly, nothing on their arm. Sounds like a fun time. I've never had a tattoo personally, but I have multiple ideas for what I would if I ever did, which, you know, in the fullness of time could happen. You never know. But yes, I hope you enjoy it. Hope it brings you joy. I absolutely hate Latin. Fair enough, it's not for everybody. I mean, it's a dead language for a reason. That reason is probably not related to people's opinions of it, but regardless, it is a dead language, so. Anyway. Latin and Spanish caused severe brain damage in me during school. So it's a point of trauma for you. That is perfectly understandable and fair. Right. Oof. The heat. The heat, it burns me. I am melting. You would think, with the fact that I do not have any skin or bodily features, that I would be immune to temperature discomforts, but no. Unfortunately, the fact that I was two guys fused means that whatever magic is keeping me afloat is simulating everything to the perfect human condition, which also includes all of the inconvenience and discomforts that come with it. Unfortunate. But I will live with this fact. Or whatever my existence is. I could also be a ghost! You never know. Again, my passport says osteomorph. Whatever that means. Alright, anyway. Two bodies of experience. Twice the discomfort, yes! The memories are constantly shuffling around because I have two full people's worth of memories and they're constantly shuffling about, and I basically pick and choose which ones I relate and talk about. It's... I should probably have a split personality disorder, but somehow I don't. Or do I? I don't know, you tell me. Ah! Perfectly to each other's routine and habits. We'd spent a long time without having any disagreements, and I'd even introduced the Spectre to my living friends, but all good things must come to an end, and our precious quiet ended with an ominous knock at the door. When I looked through the peephole and I saw only the landlady with her arms folded, I sensed something was wrong.
Yeah. Enjoy it while it lasts, because you saw Captain Bowenthius is gonna cost 10 times as much in the future. Does it really only cost 1,000? Am I crazy? I'm not crazy, you're crazy. Don't worry, chat, when he said you tell me, he was talking to himself. I'm glad that you caught up on that. I was trying to be a bit subtle, but not. Yeah. One of these days I might make me say Flawed pirate hat, but I love the eye patch because it's basically a bunch of belts and metal and it looks really cool, and I haven't seen this kind of a design, and I think it looks really nice, but the pirate's hat might get some adjustments in the future. Hey, my captain, I deserve a shiny hat. But this one's serviceable enough, and I have, like I mentioned, 7 other projects that I've got in the chamber that I really should get onto instead. And then Skull summoned Bowen, he was talking. Here, the captain is in the house, and I've taken over that. Oh, I've taken over for that meek little idiot. Could this be considered a split personality thing with your speech pattern changing? I mean, it's basically me getting possessed by a spirit inhabiting this hat. So, I'm still me. I've just been forced to go through a pirate filter. So I don't think this would count as a split personality. It's just the evils of the hat possessing me. But everything's up to interpretation, ultimately. I mean, after all, the voice kind of lingers on for a little bit after the hat disappears, but usually the voice is gone by the time the hat is gone as well. And I am aware of the hat, and I'm aware that it's the hat causing all of this. So I think it's a case of the hat is basically messing with... it's tuning me to a frequency that spells out pirate. And I definitely do want your loot and your doubloons. Give me your doubloons. I be having you at Cutlass Point. You can give me your doubloons at streamloots.com/Bowenthius. At least I think the page is live. It should work. I haven't tested it myself, because I can't subscribe to myself. But ye can. To me, not to yourselves. You can't subscribe to yourself. I don't... I think the next break might be coming along sooner than we might expect. I be feeling... Remember when I told you the fact that I have all the bodily discomforts simulated in full? Well, one of those bodily discomforts is coming up and I don't like it. Time to play some doubloons tower defense. Maybe someday. Maybe someday. Monkey's Teeth Tower Defense is a game that I have played for approximately 20 minutes in my lifetime. If you can count this a lifetime. Where were we? With our arms folded, I sensed something was wrong. Then I confirmed even before the old woman spoke. As soon as I touched the doorknob, it chilled me to the bone with an unnatural cold.
There's a new tenant moving in today.
The old woman blurted out, huffing as if coming up upstairs to speak to us with an immense effort. What? I stammered in disbelief and was about to pull out the lease and like a good lawyer point out to the crone the flagrant breach of our agreement that this news represented. However, the old hag did not give me time to make use of my argumentative skills. She pulled out a crumpled piece of paper and handed it to me. You'll have a new ghost in the apartment, she said, as if somehow improved the news and left without another word. I stood stunned at the open door, held out the slip of paper she had handed me, and read the words scrawled in English. Stephen Hill, professional ghost. Oh, Christ O'Malley. Professional ghost? So now being dead was a trade? A profession? The guy was a gringo, just to make matters worse.
That's an insult, I believe. In the evening, Gregorio and I discussed the situation and agreed we had no choice but to accept the new tenant. On one hand, my lease had no restriction preventing the landlady from allowing another supernatural entity to move in. She was fully within her rights to let another ghost haunt the apartment. On the other hand, neither Gregorio nor I had anywhere else to go. I didn't have enough money to afford another place. This good in the center of the city. It was the presence of a ghost that made my rent cheaper. For Gregorio, on the other hand, moving out was much more complicated problem. As he had explained to me, a ghost cannot leave the place where it was settled unless it is exorcised. Ugh. But even if I could get someone to uproot his spectral form from our apartment, finding another house to haunt would not be easy. What was this? There are more and more ghosts in the city every day. For some reason, that's his voice now. He told me. I can feel them out there swarming in penance. They come and keep coming from all over the country, looking for a place where they can be seen, where they can't be ignored, where they can be more than just names and faces in a "Have you seen this person" ad. It is because of the drug war. That's what his voice was. You know, with so many dead and disappeared people, there is no place on Earth that could host so many wandering spooks. I understood that Giorgio could not just leave. For him, leaving the apartment would mean wandering the streets forever, transformed into the most miserable of ectoplasmic creatures. A wayward soul. In that state, he would deteriorate more and more as fewer people could see him losing himself in the ceaseless march of years, forgotten by all until he became little more than a rumor whose mute echo would quickly be swallowed up by the noises of the metropolis. It all became clear to me since I had no options at that point, and I didn't want to abandon my friend to his fate either. I decided to stay and try to get along with this new ghost. After all, I had already done it once. How hard could it be to deal with another spectre? Just as the landlady said, Stefan arrived that very night, shortly past midnight. I immediately realized that his presence would be a living hell for us. The first thing that gringo ghost did was to cause such a strong electromagnetic disturbance that several light bulbs exploded in a blinding flash. The refrigerator and microwave oven spluttered with agony, and the television set emitted a shrill screech, sound that lingered in my ears for nearly an hour. Several ghoulish figures appeared in the glass, fogged by an unearthly cold, making it clear that the new tenant was taking his job as a professional ghost very seriously. After this horrid display, I introduced myself to Stefan, and as I had previously done to Gregorio, but got no response. After a few minutes, a message from my friend appeared in the window, confirming what I already feared. This Gue does not understand Spanish. Oh boy. Oh boy. Lingual barriers and... Oh, what a problem this is. Wonderful, simply wonderful. Not only were we forced to live with an entity that would not hesitate to make the apartment uninhabitable, he also couldn't or didn't want to speak our language. It seemed that even being dead had not allowed him the time to learn something new. I did not wish to seem xenophobic, so I decided to try to be tolerant with Stefan. I had learned to speak English when I was a child, although my pronunciation is not always the best, so I introduced myself anew in the language of the gringo ghost. I also took the opportunity to tell him that Gregorio and I would prefer that his paranormal activities did not threaten the integrity of the apartment, and that it would be better if they both agreed to haunt the place at fixed times, so as to not disturb my sleep or the neighbors. But I got no answer. I asked Gregorio what was going on because he, being a ghost, could see his foreign colleague. His answer did not ease me. He's laughing. Oh, what a dickhead. From that night on, it became clear that Stefan was a spirit of chaos, vermin drawn from the jaws of hell itself, a poltergeist, as he proudly told us himself. What a show-off, said Gregorio. All this pretense just to say that he likes to fuck around. Gregorio just keeps changing around, because I can't keep a straight accent for the life of me. I wish he'd stuck to screwing around. Stefan's paranormal activity, far from being merely irritating, quickly became genuinely dangerous. To my chagrin, I discovered that his skills were much stronger and more finely tuned than Gregorio's, something that the gringo loved to brag about. What a butthole. One night, while I was taking a bath, Stefan manifested himself, cadaverously pale and wild-eyed, in the shower doorway. The shock made me slip, and I almost cracked my skull. Another time he made the walls bleed, and I had to scrub them all night before the stench attracted rats or other pests. Ugh. When Gregorio and I tried to watch TV, the gringo would manipulate the signal to show us frightening and grotesque visions. He even caused a short circuit and set off the fire alarm. Even though Gregorio and I tried to make him understand that living together was not possible if he did not cooperate, Stefan did not listen and continued to cause chaos at all hours. Our living friend stopped visiting the apartment, as Stefan would go on a rampage, causing spiders to sprout from their clothes, and their food to fill with worms. He would also write threatening messages on the walls and windows, making them fear for their lives if they stayed too long in our home. Gradually, we were left alone. Every time we confronted him, Gregorio explained to me the gringo would shrug and, in a broken mocking imitation of Spanish, tell his Mexican colleague that he was simply doing his job. It wasn't his fault Gregorio didn't know how to be professional. Man. Actually, couldn't a ghost kill another ghost? I mean, I'd like to imagine the way this works is they're in the same plane of existence, so they can interact with one another, so he could probably kick Stefan's ass if he wanted to. That made me angry. Gregorio might not be the most chaotic or terrifying ghost out there, but that was in no way meant to be... But that in no way meant he was a lesser specter. I told this to him, and confided that I was thinking of hiring an exorcist to get rid of Stefan. Gregorio thanked me for my solidarity, but did not agree with my plan to evict the poltergeist. An exorcism, he told me, would expel any supernatural entity inhabiting the apartment. Not only would Stefan have to leave, but Gregorio would also be thrown out into the street. I've been here before. They built the building, he confessed to me. I was killed when... all this was just a construction site. I don't know any other place. At that moment, I felt very sorry for Gregorio. I understood that, although he died very young, in this time he was an old man who did not know how to adapt to change, a relic of ages past, who was fading away as new generations displaced him. No one cared about who he had been in life anymore. Nobody cared who he had been in life anymore. His existence was an obstacle, a stone blocking the merciless march of progress, as he would soon realize. Couldn't you contact his living relatives? Because I'm assuming even though he died, he must have had some sort of family that's still alive, even though he's been a ghost for 50 years, so maybe not. We were once again out of options, so we resigned ourselves to trying to mitigate Stefan's chaos so that he would not throw the apartment into pandemonium. Thanks to Gregorio, who found the astral plane, took charge of anticipating and thwarting the gringo's occurrences, we managed to have a few weeks of relative tranquility. On the second night of November, the Day of the Dead, Gregorio and I remained vigilant in the room, guarding the ofrenda, so Stefan would not think of appropriating it. It is known that a dead person cannot touch what is on the altar if he has not been included in it, but I did not want to take any risks. The customs of the gringo dead are different from ours. There was no way of knowing what would happen if he left the ofrenda alone. There was no way of knowing what would happen if we left the ofrenda alone. In any case, the one photo of Gregorio I managed to get, the one of him as a missing person, was enough to let my friend enjoy the food, so I opted to give him some privacy while I got some rest. Oh, that is so nice. I love the wholesomeness of the story, even though it's weird. We were interrupted by a knocking on the door. More bad news, no doubt. When I opened the door, the owner of the apartment was accompanied by two men with skin whiter than an axolotl's, dressed in flip-flops and V-neck t-shirts, from which protruded pale chest hairs. One of them, a man with blonde dreadlocks and ear piercings, took a very long look at the apartment of the Day of the Dead and the Day of the Dead altar before I could object. "Oh, so beautiful," said the man in English. "Very traditional, very authentic." "And you said it's definitely haunted, right?" said the other one, walking into my home and ignoring my protests. "Two ghosts, and one of them is American. Definitely what we're looking for. It's definitely what we're looking for." I looked dumbfounded at the landlady. She took me aside and said,
"You're going to have to move out because I will not be renewing your lease. From now on, this apartment will accommodate tourists, Airbnb, I think they call it. I am giving you a month's notice as we agreed, so you have time to pack your stuff up and move out."
Of course, I would not even doubt for a second that you would turn it into an Airbnb. It's more money. It's just more money. And she doesn't seem like the type to care about actually providing accommodation to people. She just cares about making this into a business. "Tourists?" I asked with annoyance. "What the hell are tourists going to do with a building as old as this?" Deep down, I already knew the answer.
They're here for ghosts," the old woman bluntly told me. "In their country, ghost hunting shows, urban explorations, and haunted hotels have become very popular. That's what I'm going to use the apartment for, doing business with these two."
Oh, so not only is she... Oh, that's what those guys are. I thought they were exorcists. I thought that she was getting fed up with the fact that the apartment's haunted, so she was going to exorcise both of them. But no, it's actually even worse. She's going to use them both as tourist attractions. Wow. Oh, so that's where that's why the American ghost is a professional, because being a ghost in America is sensationalized to the point where it's a profession. That is such fun storytelling. I love this story. The old woman let the gringos have their way. The two of them giggled and squealed like high school girls whenever they sensed paranormal activity. Even if neither Gregorio nor Stefan had done anything, satisfied, they shook the owner's hand and left with her. They talked ceaselessly about how much cash they were going to charge and how they would promote the place. They didn't see us, Gregorio lamented. They didn't see us even though we were here. They'll see you soon, I said. I'll see you when the others come, when this place fills up with gueros obsessed with the supernatural. That has to count for something, right? No, this will never be right. Gregorio was a communist all his life, and he remained so all his death. What worse damnation would he face than ending up as a spectacle exploited by greedy capitalists and morbid tourists? He doesn't want to spend his eternity like that, perceived only as a luxury object, as an echo whose history and name would be a curious fact to entertain the tenants for a while. Stefan might perhaps enjoy that, after all, he loves being the center of attention, but my friend is no carnival ghost, no tourist attraction. That is why I'm writing this to you, Mom. I'll have to move apartments in a few more weeks. I've already found a place that, although much farther away from work, an hour, if I use public transport, fits my budget just right. And I like it enough not to complain. As for Gregorio, I would like to ask you a big favor. Remember you said that you turned my old room into a guest room? Ask Dad if you would both agree to have a ghost in the house, at least for the near future. I don't know how much an exorcist charges, and I have to hurry up and get Gregorio out of here. I promise he won't cause any problems. At most, he'll have some ectoplasm stains on the wall. Just so you'll know that he's still there. That actually sounds like an amazing idea because his parents are probably closer to Gregorio's age than our writer. Oh, that is such a fun story. Oh, that was a very fun story. Who wrote this? Who wrote this? I can't tell. More from this author. Give me the... Oh, it's JavaScript, yes. Ah. Din Bidor. Beautiful author. Beautiful author. Ah. That was wonderful. A wonderful little story. Reading is fun. And I even got to get cultured somewhat on things that I'm woefully ignorant about, but I am now curious and interested. As a tourist. Which might be the opposite effect because this whole story was about... Well, not the whole story, but the ending of the story was about how exploiting entities for personal profit and gain is not great when they don't consent. And you're basically messing with people's unlives that way. So, it's a wonderful story about how people can be bastards. Leave the poor ghost alone. All it wants to do is be remembered and have ectoplasm on the walls occasionally. Come on now. Ghost rights matter. Ah. Except Stefan. Stefan's a butthole. Right. I know that it was we were very close to the previous break, but I actually need to take a real break this time. It's not just the Twitch mandatory thing. Because... reasons. But ultimately, that just makes it so that there's more opportunities to kick the ass of words on stream, so... Let's see how far we get. I think we are at level 8 now, so let's see if we can get even further beyond. Let me just... Yeah! Ah, and we return. Apologies. That was probably the longest break I've ever had on stream, but... well... things happen sometimes. Unfortunate circumstances that I can do nothing about other than put the BRB screen on and tend to immediate emergency circumstances. Ah, but now we're back! In the thralls of a beautiful story. It's a you know what, the desktop's probably not the greatest idea to... I mean, I got a bunch of mix-it-up configurations and so on, and those weren't minimized, but anyway... Green Ghost, wonderful story, 10 out of 10. Fun little read. I kind of feel like going back to SCP for a bit, because SCP is very fun, and I have tuned myself to the beat of the skeleton of how SCP, the lore surrounding SCP stories and all the, forgot what it was called, not the environment, but the frame, yes, the framing of an SCP story, or an SCP article, is very alluring to me, and I'd like to return to that, but I'm glad that we managed to end our journey through the Wanderer'S library on such a fun note. I hope Gregorio enjoys his new home with... Did we even get a name for our protagonist? Or Mr. Rodriguez? Summon the skeledrum drum roll, please! Did that work? Did that help? Right. Ooh-wee. Ooh-wee, ooh-ah-ah, ting-tang, walla-walla bing-bang. Join and create. I might someday. I could just write SCP in the browser bar, but I'm gonna do that. Probably shouldn't have lingered on that for too long, but hey, life happens. Look, it's the funny chair! It's a chair and nothing else. Isn't that fun? Right, now I need to actually go and look. Oh, you can... Oh, that's fun. I need to look back upon all the articles of SCP that we had saved last time that I couldn't get around to. So... 79? This page doesn't exist. This is because I had to write 0. Yes. If I recall correctly... Wait, we read this one, I believe. Did we? I don't remember. Time to SCP into the abyss once again, the beautiful abyss. Exity Sorcerer Microcomputer. Okay, no, we did not read this. Okay. I need to... Actually, hold on. I'm gonna make this easier on myself. Ah. Yeah, I lingered on my pages, but you didn't see anything I wouldn't want you to see, so that's fine. I must find the saved articles and make them into tabs. 38. Visuals, aren't they fun? I don't know what's going on. Drowning in oil. So many memories. So many bad memories. You guys ever wonder about your place in life and whether or not you're happy and content with where you are, or at least know where you want to be and are working towards going there? Wherever that might be, in whatever form that might manifest in for you specifically, personally. To answer my own question, I think I'm pretty happy so far. Way better now than I used to be, so can't complain there. I'm here watching you. I'm content at the moment. I'm glad to hear it. SCP-1609. Ah, accidentally got SCP-169, but you know what? We can do that one too. 1609. Alright, I've got my starter tabs opened. let's get to cracking. Cracking. G'day. I'm gonna write down a note for the future to have the browser reading streams happen in the 4:3 resolution screen. But I haven't configured that, and I don't want to muck things up live on stream, so I'm going to... oh yeah, my pen's in the other thing, and this pen doesn't write. Or at least it writes very difficultly. Hold on. There we go, desktop. Right. What did I see? Might as well do all 69 SCPs at this rate. Yes, SCP-1169, SCP-169, SCP-69. All of them. All of them. What wonders, what beauties. Right, I've written... I have a notepad. I bought myself a tiny little notepad, and it's very small and cute, and says notebook on the front, and it's just adorable, and I love it, and I acquired it for the explicit purposes to stop writing on my sticky notes and using my sticky notes as a surrogate notepad, when you could just buy a notepad. Right, anyway. What is SCP-1609? Item number SCP-1609. Object class Euclid. Special containment procedures. SCP-1609 is contained at storage site 08 due to the difficulty of transporting it from that location. SCP-1609 is to be contained in a specially designed enclosure at that site with a flower bed in which a range of aesthetically pleasing flowers and plants are to be cultivated. Sticky notes come in pads. They do. But have you ever tried writing down notes on a sticky note and then on the sticky note under that sticky note? It's awkward and weird, and you tear up the sticky notes above it, so I decided to just buy a patented, dedicated notepad instead. Or acquire one, anyway. I'm not gonna go into detail on how I acquired this notepad. It's not for Twitch TOS. That location? Oh no, anything but that location. I know, right? That location sounds very data expunged. The flower bed, it is to be used as mulch within the flower bed. The flower bed is to be tended regularly, and all visitors to the enclosure must remark on the beauty of the flower bed, with particular emphasis on the quality of the mulch. SCP-1609 is to be removed from the flower bed at regular intervals so that it can be treated with wood, metal, and fabric preservatives. Personnel are to announce their intentions in the presence of SCP-1609 before attempting to remove it for this purpose. Expunged bones do make for good paper, I suppose. It's neither here nor there. I'd rather get the bones of data expunged. Don't you love redacting things in articles? Where were we? Personnel assigned to 1609 are required to wear plain clothes in order to prevent accidentally triggering a violent response from SCP-1609. No items with motors are allowed within a 200-meter radius of SCP-1609's containment area. No personnel either presently or previously affiliated with the Global Occult Coalition, the GOA. We read about the GOA last time, nor material referencing them are allowed within storage site 08. In the event of a violent reaction from SCP-1609, all personnel are to exit the immediate vicinity, and the message is to be played over the site's interior speakers, informing site staff of the event. Should SCP-1609 be sighted outside of its containment area following a violent reaction, staff are to act in a submissive, non-threatening manner. Formal clothing such as jackets, lab coats, protective clothing, jumpsuits, and particularly body armor are to be removed if possible in the case of such an event. And any weapons capable of damaging SCP-1609 are to be immediately discarded. Staff are to ask SCP-1609 to return to containment without attempting to threaten or command it. Should SCP-1609 exit Storage 08, agents are to be immediately dispatched in order to scan the surrounding area of SCP-1609, and if possible, retrieve it. At present, there exists no way to totally prevent 1609 from breaching containment. Current containment procedures center on encouraging SCP-1609 to remain within its containment area. Wow. Imagine an SCP where the containment procedures are, don't threaten it and ask it nicely to go back into its cell. SCP, description. SCP-1609 at the present time. A pile of splinters, wood chippings, furniture, nails, and scraps of bleached leather and fabric, weighing in total approximately kilograms. The wooden portions of SCP-1609 are made of oak, and the nails are made of steel. SCP-1609 is capable of teleportation, being capable of moving its entire mass instantaneously between 2 points without any known limit. Is this a haunted potted plant? SCP-1609 usually uses this to bring its constituent parts together when parts of SCP-1609 have been removed from the mass. But SCP-1609 can teleport its entire mass at once, on at least one occasion at the distance of kilometers. Ah yes, I remember this one. I don't! SCP-1609 is capable of splitting its mass. Though it does this rarely, any amount of material removed from SCP-1609's mass continues to display 1609's properties. SCP-1609 has resisted all attempts to remove it from the confines of Storage Site-08, teleporting back to the site of its own accord. However, it has previously teleported out of Storage Site-08 for brief periods of time returning, although this has only happened on occasions since its arrival in Foundation custody. SCP-1609 appears to be in some way sentient. Oh, of course it does. As research indicates, it is able to perceive its environment in a manner that is currently poorly understood. SCP and is able to react to stimuli in an intelligent fashion. Details of 1609's behaviors are poorly understood, although it has been ascertained that it will react in self-preservation and will act aggressively to certain stimuli which it connects with a threat to its existence. Aside from this, 1609 appears to prefer situations in which it is utilized by humans and will actively seek out situations where it can be put to use if it is left idle. This is the reason for the Foundation's present use of SCP-1609 as mulch, as this prevents 1609 from becoming idle and attempting to leave Storage Site-08. It is theorized that SCP-1609 is capable of understanding human speech or thought, although this cannot be determined as it does not comply with tests designed to gauge its awareness of such stimuli. When exposed to a number of specific stimuli, 1609 will react violently. During a typical violent reaction from SCP-1609, it will teleport a portion of its mass inside the lungs of nearby personnel, causing immediate and severe lacerations to the interior of the lungs, as well as pulmonary obstruction, which rapidly leads to the victim's death. Stimuli which can instigate a violent reaction to SCP-1609 include personnel wearing the uniform of, or clothes similar to the uniform of, personnel affiliated with the Global Occult Coalition, utterance of words or phrases used heavily or exclusively by GOC operatives, such as threat entity, while in contact with SCP-1609. Wow, it's an anomaly with trauma. Any action demonstrating hostility towards SCP-1609 and the sound of a running motor. Violent responses from SCP-1609, saying that 50 times fast, are rare. Only such events have occurred since containment. The entity in question quickly reverts to a passive state after such a response if it does not continue to feel threatened. The mulch basket arrived in Foundation custody on hibbity-hoobity-spliggity-sploogity date after teleporting into an unused containment cell on storage site 08 in its current state. Careful investigation has revealed that SCP-1609 was originally a large chair made of varnished oak and bleached leather, carved in the form of a reclining woman. Ugh. In a restful state. SCP-1609 appears to have possessed its anomalous properties in this state, albeit with certain limitations, namely that the object would only teleport when a person within a certain radius, currently unknown, felt the need to sit down or rest, without a comfortable chair, or without a comfortable seat or chair nearby. So, this thing was traumatized and disfigured to the point where it is now sentient mulch. At this point, the X-chair would teleport to them and remain in place until another person experienced a similar urge. Both Foundation operatives and members of the Global Occult Coalition were made aware of the existence of SCP-1609 and was given the temporary designation of E-622. Due to the hard-to-contain nature of SCP-1609 and the possibility of its existence causing a breach of secrecy regarding the existence of supernatural phenomena, a small-scale effort to contain 1609 was launched by Gok forces. You feel the same if you were made into bone meal? Probably yes. I mean, yeah, that would suck. I'm really glad that I can reform myself and recreate my mass and reshape it. In the process that I am not entirely certain, but, you know, scion sigils. And so on and so forth. Expediting energy. It is presently unknown how exactly Gok operatives captured SCP-1609, but it is known that they succeeded in reducing the object into its current form using a wood chipper. Ah, so that's why it's traumatized by running motors, because it got thrown into a wood chipper. That's disgusting. Why would they do that? That's sick. Further attempts to destroy SCP-1609 failed due to its properties and ability to teleport away from sources of danger. Following this event, several members of the Global Occult Coalition died under unusual circumstances. Investigation through both official channels and embedded Foundation agents within the Gok has potentially linked SCP-1609 to at least 3 deaths of personnel within the Coalition. Recreating your ass with the Osteomancer subcategory. Osteomancy. Ha! 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 Recreation. I feel empathy towards the chair. I will be honest. This is a way more compelling chair than SCP-2950. That chair is a boring chair. This is a sad chair who didn't deserve to be thrown into a wood chipper. It's an innocent thing, and all it wants to do is teleport itself near people who feel the need for comfort or are lacking in comfort. That is sick. That is sick. I don't like the Gok. The Gok suck. It just wanted to help people. It's one of those stories where an innocent Pinocchio-like figure is thrown through the ringer with very malicious people and has been irreversibly damaged and traumatized by the events that happened to it, and it didn't deserve any of that. It shows the evils of reality. It wants to be of use. Yes. It's so sad. It is so sad. Although the true number of casualties amassed due to their mishandling of the item is unknown, SCP-1609 then arrived in Foundation custody. It is unknown how SCP-1609 was aware of the existence of the Foundation, although it is theorized that it entered Foundation custody due to a low risk of further damage to itself. Ah, it's a smart chair. Document 1609-1. SCP-1609 represents a perfect example of the flaws inherent in the operating procedure of the Gok, and serves as a cautionary tale for any members of the Foundation who disagree with our practices on containing dangerous objects. I love how this was not a dangerous object, but because of what they did to it, it now is. They have invented a problem through their... I don't have a better word for it, just plain old evil! Prior to the Coalition getting their hands on this, it was perfectly harmless. A chair, which teleports to you when you need a seat, is normal compared to most of the stuff that we deal with on a regular basis. When they put it through a wood chipper, it got hurt, scared, and angry. So it lashed out at them. By trying to protect the world by destroying it, they inadvertently made the situation a whole lot worse. It was a nice chairing thing once. So then life got to it, and now it can only do so much. It's really sad, but honestly, you could infuse it with more oak and restore it back to being a chair. You could essentially, well, I mean, if they're using it for mulch, its parts are split into so many different segments and sections that it's probably infeasible now. But you could potentially bring back the entirety of this SCP if you ask it nicely, and then glue it back together into a chair. So it could be back to what it once was. SCP-1609 went from being harmless to deadly in the space of a few minutes because of the gawk, and we had to clean up the mess. Has higher damage as mulch. Yes, it has a defensive mechanism as mulch, by being able to teleport into your lungs to choke you out. That's a terrifying concept. But it's a defense mechanism. It's doing it because it's afeared, it's afraid, it doesn't want to die. And you tried to kill it. Thankfully, SCP-1609 is pretty simple for us to deal with. So long as we don't do anything stupid around it, it won't fight back. And won't try to leave. Even if it does, it usually comes back. I think I've worked out why. It came to us because it was afraid of the people who had hurt it. That's why it always comes back. It's afraid of the rest of the world now, and it's looking for us for protection. This is why we have special containment procedures instead of special destruction procedures. If you break something, it's broken forever. Why, when you try to destroy an anomaly, you can't take back your mistakes. That's what SCP-1609 tells us, has to tell us. This is why we're right and the gawk is wrong, people. Dr. Sievert. Turn it to sawdust and it will leave behind desiccated corpses. How small can you make it? By how much can you reduce it? Like, what's the word I'm looking for? Can you reduce SCP-1609 to the molecular level and then you embed it into a person and then the person becomes SCP-1609? So instead of being a vessel, you just get a teleporting person who is way easier to make useful because he has opposable thumbs and fingers and hands? That'd be an interesting experiment. I would do plenty of things just to give this thing more comfort than what was shown it by the gawk. The gawk are sick. Sick creatures. Right, anyway. SCP-169. Yay! Object glass. Object glass. Object class. Making plans for future bodies? I'll never tell. I mean, you can trust this face. Right. Next up, we have SCP-169, which occurred because I accidentally made a typo, and instead of typing SCP-1609, I typed SCP-169. But it turns out it's a thing, so let's read it. And it has a pretty high rating. Almost on par with the poor chair. Right. Item number, SCP-169. Object class, Togehter, which is very difficult to contain and or impossible to contain, if I recall correctly. Special containment procedures. Because of its size, SCP-169 cannot, and almost certainly will never be contained. No structure on Earth is large enough or strong enough to contain SCP-169. The location of SCP-169 is not precisely known, but imaging satellites and analyses of eccentricities in the Earth's orbit suggest SCP-169 is located in the southern Atlantic Ocean, possibly stretching around the tip of the South America. See Addendum O-20. Oh, is this the one I think it is? It could be! What are you thinking? I can't read minds, so you tell me! That is not within my powers. I feel like I'm already overpowered enough with the fact that I'm presumably immortal, can shape bone like it's Play-Doh, and can reconstitute my mass from nothingness. Oh, it is! Ah. So this is a worthwhile typo that I made then. Any satellite footage of a shift in the landmass produced by SCP-169 is to be excised and destroyed by embedded agents. Description: SCP-169 is SCP-169 is surmised to be a marine arthropod of enormous size, known as the Leviathan, by generations of sailors in oral history. Oh. Presumed at first to be a myth, SCP-169 was detected on 19 by Mobile Task Force Gamma-6 during an investigation of paranormal activity around the archipelago. Coordinates degrees south, degrees west. During Gamma-6, I learned something new. That's the symbol for Gamma. It looks weird. Huh. During Gamma-6's investigation, Dr. Gamma-6-0912 discovered the archipelago to have moved at least 3 kilometers from its original location. Though initially Dr. believed this motion to be due to unusually quick continental shift drift. A reconnaissance mission performed by the USS revealed the archipelago to be the protrusions of rock-like plates covering an enormous organic mass. The Foundation was brought in immediately to begin threat management. Dr. and Dr. Gamma-6-0421 estimate SCP-169's body length to be between 2,000 and 8,000 kilometers. I'm just imagining that right now, and I'm so glad that this thing is taking up residence in the ocean, because the landmass of this planet cannot deal with that. So big it takes years and satellites before it can you can tell it's under your feet. That is insane. The creature is thought to have existed since Precambrian era. No other specimens have been sighted. Almost nothing is known about SCP-169's habitat, such as its reproductive capabilities, if any, food source, and nesting area, if any. Research regarding SCP-169 is pending approval. The archipelago, known as the Huababobabababa Islands, have historically been uninhabited. Though claimed by Schwabbaba in 17 upon handover to the Foundation, presence was evacuated on the pretense of rising sea levels. Though the archipelago has remained above sea level for several millennia, any change in depth by SCP-169 could result in the disappearance of the entire archipelago. A useful snack. It is Yermangander. SCP-169 moves slowly, less than 1 kilometer per week, but seems only to be adrift. Its method of propulsion is unknown. Regular seismic tremors seem to indicate breathing about every 3 months, causing minor shifts in the island's terrain, suggesting that the creature is probably dormant. Oh god, imagine this thing waking up. Information suppression. The USS was scuttled with all hands immediately after the discovery of SCP-169. with the permission of the American government. Oh. Oh. Of course they murdered everybody. The public is forbidden from entering the archipelago created by SCP-169 due to the conveniently large number of resident endangered bird species. As indicated above, the satellite footage is to be doctored in order to suppress knowledge of SCP-169's movement. NASA is currently cooperating with the Foundation in keeping with the existence of SCP-169 quiet, and is currently permitting the Foundation use of their satellites for photographic use. Cool, thanks NASA, very cool of you. We don't have to administer amnestics to you. Addendum O-20. In 1990, the U.S. National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, an American scientific agency, unaffiliated and with and unaware of the existence of the Foundation, detected ultra-low-frequency underwater sound, ultra-low-frequency underwater sound, emanating from around blah-blah-blah-blah coordinates, approximately kilometers from the southeast coast of South America. Despite the best efforts of the embedded agent blah-blah-blah-blah IA-1522, news of the sound leaked to the media. Receiving significant media coverage, the Foundation analysis concluded that a massive underwater organism was the source of the noise, and SCP-169 was hypothesized to be its source, as its head is well within the possible locations of the rest of SCP-169. The sound confirms Gamma-60421's hypothesis that SCP-169 is gargantuan in size. Future efforts by scientific or civilian teams to determine the source of the noise must be stopped by any means necessary. Goodness gracious. I cannot even begin to fathom the absolute size of this unit. This is the biggest thing I have ever read about in my life. That is the biggest natural, well, presumably biological entity. Giant snake. Jormungandr. The world serpent. Just chilling in the ocean. And it's in... Wait, I'm confused. Is it under the sea or is it invisible? Is it in the ocean? Marine arthropod of enormous size. Okay, so it is... Because of the imaging, I thought it was invisible, but no, it's just massive. Hey, want to know another snake eel SCP? Sure, go ahead. Suggestions are always open. $3,000? Sure, buddy, we can do that. SCP-3000. Ooh. This is a fancy page. By order of the Overseer Council, the following file describes a class... 8... Cognito-hazardous entity and is level 5/300 classified. Unauthorized access is forbidden. I'm in the O5 Council. Eat my butt. Oh my. Item number SCP-3000 Object Class Thaumiel. Oh boy. That's a step above Keter. Which, oh boy. Site responsible. INWBKL Site 151. Director Kerry Ekelkamp. Research Head David Bell. Assigned Task Force SCPF Eremeter. Ooh.
Ooh, ee, wah, ting tang, walla walla bing bang.
Do you agree? I hope you do. SCP-3000 and the Foundation diver during ASTAC protocol. Oh boy. Special containment procedures. I'm glad you do. The area containing SCP-3000, currently a region of the Bay of Bengal, roughly 300 kilometers in diameter, is to be routinely patrolled by Foundation naval vessels. Under no circumstances are civilians allowed to attempt deep-sea exploration or diving efforts in the quarantined area. Oh boy. Individuals believed to have contacted SCP-3000 are to be contained, quarantined, and processed at Site-151. Ugh. I don't know how to describe this feeling, but it's like when I breathe, the oxygen doesn't reach my lungs. And I keep expediting it when I read. SCP Universe, do not enter the sea. Just don't. Warmare? I don't know. I really need to figure this out and see what I can do about it, because this is impeding my stream quality. Heavy breathing. Right. Individuals affected by the anomalous properties of SCP-3000 are to be held in containment indefinitely. The Foundation submarine, SCP-F Eremita, is to monitor the location of the foremost section of SCP-3000. Currently located in the Ganges Fan. I have no idea how you read that. I'm so glad there's no redacteds here. Very nice. Roughly 0.7 kilometers beneath the bay, the Eremita is tasked with carrying out the ATZAC protocol, and staffing regulations on board the vessel are subject to the guidelines of the protocol. For the full description of the ATZAC protocol, see Addendum 3000.2. There is currently no known cure for exposure to SCP-3000. As such, affected individuals should be contained and quarantined for further evaluation. Ah, just like the RimWorld mods I recently installed that add mustard gas and the same virus used in The Walking Dead that turns you into a zomboid.
So many pathogens.
The Geneva Convention is just a suggestion in video games. Actually, no, because a lot of games have gotten into trouble over depicting the Red Cross, so never mind. But it's all in good fun. They didn't have a soul to begin with. That's my justification. Anyway. Individuals stationed aboard the SCP-F Remita are not permitted to leave the vessel except for the purposes of carrying out the necessary procedures of the ATZAC protocol. Individuals who leave the vessel without proper authorization are to be considered lost. Under no circumstances should any individual interact with SCP-3000 without authorization. That's a fun introduction to it. Description. SCP-3000 is a massive, aquatic, serpentine entity, strongly resembling a giant moray eel. Gymnothorax javanicus? The full length of SCP-3000 is impossible to determine, but is hypothesized to be between 6,000, I keep reading that wrong, 600 and 900 kilometers. Ah, that's a big boy. Not as big as the big boy we previously encountered. But a 900 kilometer eel is nothing to sniff at. To scoff at. 600 to 900 kilometers, ooh. The head of SCP-3000... The head of SCP-3000 measures roughly 2.5 meters in diameter, and the sections of the body proper are as large as 10 meters in diameter. SCP-3000 is typically a sedentary creature, only moving its head in response to certain stimuli or during feeding. The majority of its body is located in and around Ganges Fan, and rarely moves at all. SCP-3000 is a carnivorous creature, and despite its sedentary nature, is capable of moving quickly to dispatch prey. Despite its size, it is hypothesized that SCP-3000 does not require sustenance to maintain its biological functions. While SCP-3000 excretes a thin layer of viscous, dark gray substance classified as Y909, see Addendum 3000.2, below, through its skin, as it consumes prey, the end result of its digestive process is currently unknown. SCP-3000 is a Class 8 cognitohazardous entity. Direct observation of SCP-3000 may cause severe mental Alterations in viewers, individuals who directly observe SCP-3000 as well as any individuals within an uncertain distance of SCP-3000 experience inexplicable head pain, paranoia, general fear, and panic, and memory loss or alteration. I don't feel any symptoms, so I think we're safe. Because it's a picture, you're not directly observing the damn thing. The following is a log from Site 151's historical records, written by Dr. Eugene Getz, about initial discovery of SCP-3000. I really need to learn how to be able to speak as if I'm speaking to a person, because I spoke to a person in person yesterday for an extended period of time, and I did not experience breathing problems, so it's something about the way I interact with existence, and I also don't experience this when I'm speaking to people over Discord and chat and so on, so there's something about the way I read that causes me to expel more air than I am gaining back, which is a problem. And weird. I'll have to figure this out. The constant yawning does not help. Actually, it does. But it doesn't help me as a streamer, but it helps me as a person who needs oxygen. Or, at the very least, feels the need for oxygen. It feels a simulation of the need for oxygen. Where were we? The following is a log from Site historical records written by Dr. Eugene Getz about initial discovery of SCP-3000 and the effects felt therein. The unease felt throughout the entire crew as we descended on that first night, whether this was due to our uncertainty at what we would discover or something more sinister, I would not speculate. As we continued to descend, Williams began sweating profusely. When asked about it, he could not respond, stating that he thought he was missing something he could not deduce. As our descent continued, he began to act more and more erratically, at one point addressing himself as Darlene, and expressing uncertainty as to the tasks he was assigned to handle. Similar feelings were expressed by other members of the crew, but Williams felt it the most. His mimetic resistance was by far the lowest of us all. But he was a biologist, not a mimeticist. He was when we finally came into contact with the entity, he began whimpering and had to be sedated. I remember him muttering the word, "No," over and over and over again, as if in disbelief. He went silent after a while as we approached its head, and when I looked back at him, something had gone from his eyes. He did not even so much as blink as we made our final descent. At 0940 hours, we first observed the head of the entity. The unease was palatable. The unease was palpable now. Several other crew members complained of feeling hazy and being uncertain what they were supposed to be doing. Captain Ritter, ever the man's man, wrote it all off as nitrogen intoxication and forced them to continue approaching the entity. Nitrogen intoxication, never heard that one before. When we were within 50 meters, the entity turned slowly to look at us, even now as I recall watching this thing coil around in the darkness. I can still hear Williams barking like a mad dog in the rear of the vessel, screaming and flailing, shouting about how he could see it in his head. Perkins and Harrison tried to restrain him, but he got free and smashed his face in against one of the portholes. He hit it so hard he cracked the inner layer of glass. The damage was so bad that we had to surface. We tried to give Williams medical attention, but he was too far gone at that point. He had pulped himself against the glass, and despite the trauma, he still spoke briefly as he lay dying. Nobody recorded it. We didn't think to at the time, but I remember it well enough. He said, there's nothing. By the time we had reached the surface several hours later, Williams was dead. At the time, I didn't think much about what he had said, just the ravings of a man gone mad by the depths, I figured. I didn't know any better. But even now, I can still see the eyes of the creature. I see it hanging there in the darkness, illuminated by a light I cannot source. And I feel the lingering dread that Williams must have felt that night in the submersible. as he was overcome by whatever void that foul thing slithered out of. Oh boy! SCP Perimeter, diving towards the contact site. I don't know what it is, but whenever I feel unsettled, I make weird noises, and you heard some of them. It's so weird, because that seems like a regular picture, but there's just something so unsettling about the saturation of it that makes me feel like I'm in danger. Discovery. SCP-3000 was discovered in 1971, shortly after 2 Bangladeshi fishing boats and 15 fishermen were reported missing after drifting near the Indian coast. As the country of Bangladesh had only been recently established at the time that had been subject to significant political persecution on the part of Pakistan, this incident received high-profile media attention due to fears that this was a result of foreign aggression. Local coastal dispatch units could not locate the missing boats, fueling further media hysteria. Foundation researchers stationed in Calcutta, now Kolkata, drew similarities between the disappearances and another incident 2 years earlier. A thorough search aided by Marriott Pashler counters. My brain just broke. What? Ugh. Marriott Pashler counters revealed the location of the 2 boats, as well as an unknown, previously undiscovered mass deep below the surface of the Bay of Bengal. Further investigation by Foundation divers discovered the existence of SCP-3000. My God, I am looping myself. I'm getting I'm starting to feel hazy and uneasy, and I can't even explain why. It's like there's not enough air coming through. The area was quickly secured, and current containment procedures were put in place In April of 1972, the ATSAC protocol was adapted in October 1998. Wow, it took them 20-something years, 26 years? Damn. Addendum 3000.1, Initial Contact Exploration Log. Note. The following is the transcript of audio logs taken during initial deep-sea diver contact with SCP-3000. Until this point, no Foundation diver had come within 300 meters of SCP-3000. Divers were tasked with assessing the creature and determining the source of the thick gray fluid that had been observed floating around its head. Dive team was composed of 3 members of MTF Orion 9, Kingfishers, led by MTF-09 Alpha. Launch point was through the airlock of the Foundation submersible SCP-F Stravinsky. All divers were equipped with high-pressure suits as well as front-facing headlamps. Additionally, a tether was connected to MTF-09 Alpha, which was connected to a T-shape out of both Bravo and Foxtrot. Begin log. I can't wait to see them screaming. Begin log. Alpha. Alright, Command. We're situated in the airlock and ready to roll. Command. Confirmed. Go ahead and sound off. Orion 9 and Alpha, check. Orion 9 Bravo, check. Alright, men. We're in a position about 500 meters from the head of this creature. Make sure your tethers are on good and tight. We don't want any of you getting separated out there. Psh, Bravo. What's visibility like down here today, Command? Stand by. About 3 meters. Foxtrot. Oh, so it's dark as fuck. Got it. Bravo. Why are we so far out? The size of this thing is hard to comprehend, and it's warped up and it's wrapped up itself in several places. We can't get too close. There's too much body there. The entity hasn't moved in about 3 weeks. At all? Affirmative. It moves slightly with currents down here, but nothing more than that. If it weren't for the head movement that was observed by the first submersible team, we probably wouldn't know if it was alive or not. That's reassuring. Alright, tethers are tight, flood the chamber.
Confirmed.
Rushing water is heard as the airlock chamber floods. No other sound is heard for several minutes. After some time, the sound of rushing water stops. Reminds me of the introduction trailer for the summer run of Bionicle 2007, when they're flooded in the water chamber and emerge into the depths below. That was my favorite year of Bionicle, by the way. I love 2007. One of the many reasons why 7 is my favorite number. What if I just hold my breath for a bit to wait for the air to circulate into my makeshift lungs? Bah. I definitely need to... I think I've discovered the problem. When I speak, I don't breathe. So, I only have as much air to work with and I'm constantly expelling air. Because, for some reason, when I breathe, nothing happens with the nostrils. And what should be happening with the nostrils is expulsion of air. But somehow I've trained myself not to do that when I'm streaming. I will hydrate. I was so quick to hydrate that I didn't even have time to turn on my hands. Hold on, let me turn on the hands. I am what you would call a weird mouth breather. Mug. Consume with the mug. That's better. I have hydrated in your name. Thank you, Killshot. In the court of Bowenthius, hydration is very important. Alpha, you both good? I'm good. It's fucking cold! Hopefully we won't be out here for long then. Turn on your lights, boys. Here we go. My god. I didn't mean for those to overlap that much, but hey. Configurations. Hey. God, I'll have to workshop those automatic messages. Right. All members of the dive team exit the airlock. There is a low mechanical sound as the airlock closes behind them. A muffled click sound is heard, and the Stravinsky activates its aft floodlights. Hey, Alpha, maybe this is a bad time to ask, but I can't remember how to turn on my lamp, and... Your lamp is on, Foxtrot. What? What did you call me? Your designation. Your designation, Mulhaney. Foxtrot. Bravo. I'm Foxtrot, boss. Hang on, what are you talking about? Foxtrot. I don't understand what you mean by designation. Alpha. It's your goddamn call sign, Bravo. What do you mean? Who's Bravo? Bravo. Who's Bravo? Hey, shit, hang on. I was gonna say something. Barry, are you still there? Command. Stand by, go... Pause. Go for command! Hey, Alpha. Hey, we're having a little trouble out here. I'm not sure who. We seem to be having some confusion over the designations, and I'm not sure where we're going. Foxtrot. Where exactly are we? Bravo. God, do you guys feel that? I just got an awful headache. It's like needling in my brain something. Command. Dive team, be advised that we believe you may be experiencing some detrimental cognitive effects. Keep moving forward and we'll give you more information as we receive it. Noted, Alpha. Noted, Command. Be advised that Foxtrot has a terrible headache. I think. We're going in the right direction. We can't see out here. You are roughly 150 meters from the head of the entity, Alpha. You should be getting a visual soon. Oh boy. Oh boy. Command, bravo. Command, Command, I don't see anything. Where are we? Alpha, where are we? Command, we're almost there. Alpha, dive team, be advised, we're picking up movement from the entity on radar. Alpha, Barry, I don't see anything down here. What are we supposed to be looking? Foxtrot, all I can see is darkness. There's a chill foul wind blowing, pushing me towards the brink I can't see. Shut up, shut up, shut up. Command, Bravo is unresponsive, requesting immediate cessation of mission. Wait a second. On the edge of nothingness, inches from oblivion, there's a sickness in my mind that I know can't be cured. Beyond me is only blackness and a single pair of dark eyes. What? What are you saying? Dive team, we're going to pull you back in immediately. We have reason to believe that. Barry, is that you? How can it be? I shoveled the dirt during your... Bravo. I can hear something over there, Alpha. You're light. Get your fucking... Silence, only silence. My consciousness coming undone and only. Dive team, something is moving towards you. Repeat, something is moving towards you. Prepare to return to... this is shit. I can't see. How far are we from the... It's right there. It's right there. Fuck. What are you both doing? Fuck. And only the eel remains. Radio silence for 20 seconds. Command. Alpha. Radio silence for 13 seconds. Alpha. Bravo. Foxtrot. Do any of you hear us? Bravo. Unintelligible. Command. Oh, thank God, Bravo, you need to speak up, we can't... Shh. Radio silence for 10 seconds. Something has bound up the winch between you and us, we can't... It's opening its mouth. It's so dark, there's, Where am I? What? Barry? How can it be? I shoveled dirt. Mullaney, swim, get away, there's only darkness, swim. Only... Hello! Very nice bone greeting. Hello, Forest Cabin Reeds. Nice to meet you. Thank you for stopping by. They can only remember how to talk to here? Maybe. There is suddenly tension in the tether attached to the Stravinsky. O-9 Foxtrot's radio goes silent. There is the sound of a struggle through the other two radios. Foxtrot, Alpha, Bravo, talk to me, stay calm, what happened? It ate him, fuck, it took him whole! Hey, goddamn Alpha, what are you doing? Alpha? Got the fucking goddamn tether, Alpha, it's pulling us in! Who? Fuck! Silence, The moments of bliss right before being devoured by a 900 kilometer entity. Total radio silence for 30 seconds. Tether attached to Stravinsky is pulled free from its moorings and disappears. Alpha, Bravo, do you copy? Radio silence for 5 seconds. Alpha, Bravo, do you copy? This is Bravo. I'm floating in the dark. I can see shapes moving through the fog, but they're hard to make out. I cut my tether. Alpha wouldn't... I think he's gone. I don't see his light anymore. Acknowledge, we're coming to... Hang on, just let me think for a second. You interrupted command? That's so rude. Cognition, this thing, it doesn't work around it. Your brain can't form thought. Static. It hurts, it's like dying and... Bravo, do you have eyes on the entity? It's in my head, guys. Coiled up in there like a snake, and something about it is... caustic. I can see it just in front of me. It's not doing anything. It isn't moving, just hanging there. With its mouth open, I think it's finished eating. That fluid is seeping through the skin around its head, about a meter back. Just looking at the stuff is making me... like the room is spinning. I feel nauseous. My head isn't working right. There's an abortion under the floorboards and above and another one in the wait, this is wrong. That wasn't me. Who said that? I'm going to collect a sample. Hang on. Bravo is very brave. Bravo, we're going to send out a crew to get you. Just hold on. No, don't do that. Not. You have to be trained to not feel the things I'm feeling, otherwise it will get into you. Maybe it will, anyway, who knows. It feels like the end of the world down here, fellas. My heart is really going off the charts, and I think I'm dying. I got a sample. I'll attach it to one of those balloons and let it float up. You'll be able to get it later. Don't spend too much time around that stuff. It doesn't... Your mind... It... Bravo! I think I'm dying. I'm dying. I know I'm dying. This is it. I just want to get away from here. You know, it occurs to me. Don't send anyone else out here. It's so dark. Bravo! Bravo! Oh. And it's gone. Over the next half hour, the SCP-F Stravinsky attempted to approach O-9 Bravo with no success. Command continued to attempt to communicate with O-9 Bravo, but Bravo grew increasingly unintelligible, before eventually going completely silent. Bravo's radio stayed active over the next 3 days, and intermittent breathing could be heard until the radio ceased functioning. Ooh-wee. Addendum 3000.2, the ATSAC protocol. Snake! 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 Yeah, that's what killed him. It was a snake. Ooh, it's a snake. It's a badger. But you know what's worse than all? You know what's worse than SCP-3000? The fact that we have spent enough time in each other's embrace to have to go into another Twitch mandatory commercial break, so... Stay tuned, everybody, and if you don't get any ads, hopefully you will enjoy Words on Stream. We'll be right back. And we are back. Welcome back, everybody. It is unfortunate that I could not figure out which fake letter it was towards the end there, but it's a fine way to finish it because we managed to get it perfect, and that was the last commercial of the stream, because an approximately 40-minute stream will be in approximately 56 minutes. We will be done for today, but until then, we will continue to read about SCP-3000, which is a mind-bending horror. Here we go. The ATZAC Protocol. Top secret SCP Foundation official documentation 151 Hollister ATZAC Protocol. This protocol dictates certain interactions with a Class 8 cognito-hazardous entity, SCP-3000, and as such is Level 5/3000 classified. Hell yeah, we're special because we're in the O5 Council. Hell yeah. I wonder if I would go into a regenerative Fountain of Youth type scenario, would it actually regrow my skin and human facial features, kind of like what happened to the Lich in Adventure Time, that one moment? Remember that? I wonder if that'll happen to me. I hope it doesn't, and I'd rather not test, but I'm cool with not jumping into a Fountain of Youth. Nice, supple, young bones, yes! My bones will shine with the youthful vigor of 1,000 ages long since past. Anyway. This protocol dictates certain interactions. Yeah. Preface. The following protocol was developed in conjunction with researchers from Site-29 and Site-50, as well as researchers stationed at Site-151. Some sections may have been redacted to remove material above this classification. Adherence to this protocol is required for all personnel assigned to Site-151, as well as all personnel assigned to SCP-F Eremita. Eremita? Who knows? Eremita, you guys? Do you think it's that one? I don't know. Age add magic, yet also brittleness to bones, I would assume. I don't know. It's all really unknown. We're experiencing the realities of bone wizardry together, so over time we will find out what is and can and do's and don'ts and so on. But until then... Articulating splines. SCP-151 Hollister ATZAC Protocol has been developed and implemented to create a strategy for the management of the Y-909 chemical compound excreted by SCP-3000. Protocol information. The Y-909 compound, originally discovered by the late Dr. Adam Hollister, is a critical component in several modern and experimental amnestic compounds. Oh god, this is where the Foundation gets its ingredients for amnestics from. Specifically, the following amnestics now contained a refined version of the Y-909 compound. Class A, 2016 variant. Class D, 2016 variant. Class E, Class X, Class XX. Redacted, ATZAC class experimental compound. Foster class experimental compound. Ellipse class. I thought it said eclipse, because eclipse is a cool word. The inclusion of Y909 compound of the Y909 compound has shown a marked increase in the stability and long-term effectiveness of the aforementioned amnestics. Overall, amnestics utilizing Y909 break down 78% slower than their standard counterparts in cold storage, and 52% slower than their standard counterparts at room temperature. Additionally, individuals administered an amnestic regimen utilizing Y909 show a marked increase in suggestibility, memory clearance, and a significant decrease in additional side effects such as nausea, vomiting, bowel distress, blurred vision, headaches, insomnia, heart damage, and others. Individuals treated with these amnestics express significantly fewer intrusive memories as those without Y909. With some individuals exposed to experimental compounds expressing no intrusive memories whatsoever, even at the 5 to 10 year marks. Oh wow. Due to the effectiveness of these treatments with the addition of Y909, the continued inclusion of this compound is essential to modern Foundation amnestic application. Resilience to the compound use of Y909 necessitates its collection for the foreseeable future, as a synthetic version of the compound has not yet been discovered. Would you like some amnestics? They've got brain eel compounds. Natural, au naturel amnestics, kids. As such, this protocol dictates the way the compound is collected off of SCP-3000 and the way personnel are to interact with SCP-3000. Below is a brief framework of the procedure and detailed information that can be found in the full ATZAC brief. Members of the MTF Epsilon-20 Night Fishermen are to prepare a subject for deliverance to the feeding site. One individual D-class subject is to be administered a sedative and equipped with a high-pressure diving suit. The subject is then to be tethered to an underwater ROV within an aft airlock. They anesthetize a person and then use him as a lure to gather the sludge. Wow, so creatively disgusting. The subject is then the airlock is to be flooded and the subject is to be towed by the ROV towards the feeding site. Upon reaching the feeding site, the ROV is to disconnect its tether and return to the eremita, or eremita. Throughout this stage, SCP-F Eremita should monitor SCP-3000's position and adjust course if the entity begins to move away from the feeding site. Mission Command will provide additional instructions during this phase if necessary. Personnel on board the SCP-F Eremita are to monitor SCP-3000 during feeding sessions. During this time, no personnel are permitted to leave the Eremita without authorization from Mission Command. At this point, after the total consumption of prey, SCP-3000 will begin to excrete Y909 near the foremost section of its body. Specialized teams of deep-sea divers are to exit SCP-F Eremita through the air lock and approach SCP-3000. Collection of Y909 must take place during SCP-3000's digestive period, which is currently believed to be roughly 2.5 hours after consumption of prey. Teams must return to launch craft before the end of this period. During this period, the typical effects of SCP-3000 are less severe, though Command should continue to monitor these teams for damage to their cognition. After the collection of Y909 is complete, personnel are to transfer the collected substance. I am suffering from the mental effects of SCP-3000, even though I will probably never be in the vicinity of where it is purported to be in the deep sea. To secure containers before returning to the surface, the mission administrator on board the Eremita is to monitor the substance throughout transport. It's Dr. Venkatraman Krishnamurthy. That's fun. That's a fun name. Addendum 3000.3 Psychological Evaluation. Note: on level 309, a level 3 researcher Venkatraman Krishnamurthy, that's a fun name, attempted to exit out the Eremita's aft airlock without diving equipment, but was quickly restrained and the airlock cycle aborted. Despite having a CRV of 26, what's a CRV? What, a cognitive ratio vector? I don't know what that is. And having not displayed any previous signs of depression or suicidal attempt prior to his assignment aboard the Eremita, Krishnamurthy was interviewed by staff, clinical psychologist Dr. Anand Manava, to acquire a better understanding of SCP-3000's potential effects on his psyche. Begin log. Hello, Venkat, how are you feeling? Unwell. That's what I hear. Do you want to talk about what happened today? Krishnamurthy is silent. Manava. We don't have to if you don't want to. We can talk about something else. I'm tired, Chief. I'm tired, Anand. I understand. This assignment has been stressful on all of it. And he interrupts him immediately. It's not, no. It isn't the stress. I've done this before. I've been on, I don't actually know if I've done this before. You have. You have. I'll try to differentiate the voices more. I don't want to do a stereotypical Indian accent because I feel like that would be just... just rude. Just rude, I guess. But I've overcorrected and now I just use my regular voice for both of them simultaneously so you can't tell who's talking, so I'm gonna do my best to grease those voice acting gears and actually differentiate their voices a little bit, and I have just the way to do it. I don't remember any of it. I've been getting these out-of-context feelings like my body reacting to reflexes it didn't know it had. Everything is so disconnected, and trying to keep it together is... I'm just tired. That's Krishnamurthy. When did you start feeling this way? How long have we been down here? I don't remember. I don't know when, I honestly don't. I wish I could tell you more than that, but I have nothing. I look to that place in my mind, and there's something else there. Or something's sometimes nothing at all. What do you mean, something else? I've been having other people's dreams, Anand. I see faces I don't recognize, places I know I've never been. Or maybe I have, I don't know. How can I know what's real or not? When I can't trust my own mind? Well, maybe I can help you with that, Venkat. We can go over things you think you've forgotten and I can... Don't patronize me! You keep interrupting the guy, that's very rude. I know you felt it, Anand. Your mind gets hazy, parts of you start to slip, your memories grow faint. Fading in and out until they're gone, or worse, replaced. You see pasts that aren't yours, experiences that you've never lived. It basically bombards you with the collective consciousness of everything it's eaten. Which is fucked up, but fun. You start to become other people, or nobody at all. Venkat, please, I'm trying to help. Do you even know my work before we met? Come to think of it, I don't even remember how we met. I know your name. I know you're a psychologist. But are we friends? Are we brothers? I don't know how I know you. We work together, I know that. I still have that. But other things, they come and go. I don't remember if I'm married or have children. 4. Footnote. Dr. Krishnamurthy was married twice and has 2 sons and 3 daughters between 2 marriages. Oh. Very, very unfortunate for the kids. That their own father doesn't remember them. Ah. I really should have read the footnotes. I didn't know they worked that way. I thought they were at the bottom. I guess they have a bottom for footnotes page, but oh well. I see. And that isn't the worst of it. I know this is happening to me. I know that my mind is coming apart, but there's something else in there too. Something rising out of the smoke of my smoldering consciousness. That eel. The eel? I don't remember my mother. I can hear her voice, but I can't remember her face. I don't remember how she smelled, or how she... But what I do remember is what she told me about gods. There is no god. There is a god, I mean. There is a god called Anantashesha. Anantashesha. A serpent, the king of serpents, said to lie beneath Vishnu in the cosmos. A six-headed snake god. Isn't that something? Yes. I'm familiar. Oh, of course. I'm sorry, I forgot. I don't remember much. But I do remember that she told me about Anantashesha. I apologize. Anantashesha would linger past the end. Gaze upon the darkness past the end of time. She said that when the light of the universe had gone out, that all would be left in Anantashesha. I have worked my entire life for the Foundation. So much as I can recall, I have struggled to build my name and my reputation and done everything I can do to leave something, anything, some kind of mark that says I was here, but what is it? What is it? I believe that SCP-3000 is Anantashesha. I believe that this aberration, this treachery against cognition, is the result of us being in the presence of a god. Not just a god, but a god who exists across all time, all at once, and even beyond. Maybe some part of the nothingness beyond the edge of time is part of Anantashesha as well. Maybe it acts as a conduit, some kind of... Venkat, please. We're scientists. No, fuck off, let me finish. In defiance of the nothingness that comes after this, all of this, there is Anantashesha. Oh, so many syllables. I can't work with that many syllables. There's a chance that my memories might live on, that I might be remembered like the memories I've seen have been through me. I don't have proof of this, but when I looked into its eyes and I saw what it showed me, I was afraid. I'm merely a mediocre man, Anand. This was a fear that I have refused to acknowledge for years, a fear of irrelevance, that no one will know who I am when I die, afraid of being forgotten, afraid of my life being meaningless, afraid of being alone, afraid of dying. There is a terror within me that I cannot reconcile, Anand. I won't lie to you and tell you that the maw of the Naga does not terrify me as well. But between this and the infinite dark I have gazed into, I have made up my mind. I want to be swallowed up by the giant darkness snake that oozes amnestic juice so that I may be remembered for all eternity beyond the concept of time itself. Considering how many SCPs there are in the universe, the planet of the SCP Foundation will very well explode. Can SCP-3000 survive a planet-busting explosion? I don't know. If it's a god, probably. Becoming one with the sea danger noodle. It sets the precedent to be the most dangerous sea noodle out there. The sea noodle of demise. End log. Addendum 3000.4. Incident video and audio log. 2 days after containment within a secure holding cell on board the Eremita, orders were received to lift the hold order on Dr. Krishnamurthy in accordance to the terms of the ATSAC protocol. 3 hours after Dr. Krishnamurthy was released from his holding cell, the following incident took place. It's just 3 hours. Begin log. At 02:19:33, Krishnamurthy stands near the entrance of the Eremita's aft airlock. Subject is facing away from the nearest camera. Proximity alarm is triggered. 20 seconds later. Exterior floodlights active. SCP-3000 is still not visible. Command is alerted and Eremita's engines engaged, preparing for evasive maneuvers. 8 seconds later. Krishnamurthy is startled by a proximity alarm and begins to appear panicked. Subject continues to look at entrance to the aft airlock. Subject turns briefly towards the nearest camera and is observed to be weeping. I can do basic math. 15 seconds after that point, Krishnamurthy slowly approaches aft airlock and opens airlock door. Subject enters airlock and primary access door seals behind and primary access door seals behind the subject. 35-ish seconds later, interior airlock camera captures Krishnamurthy staring at exterior airlock door for a full 2 minutes. Unmoving. After 2 minutes, subject collapses on the ground. A minute passes. All camera shutters primary turbines spin up. SCP-3000 is visible on radar approaching SCP-F Eremita. SCP-3000 is not visible on exterior cameras. 5 minutes later, I think. At least that's how I'm reading this. Krishnamurthy stands and approaches diving suit locker. Subject puts on a high-pressure deep-sea suit and then moves towards exterior door control. Subject engages exterior door latch. Interior airlock camera is obscured by rushing water. Secondary alarm is triggered by airlock breach. Personnel on the bridge attempt to close airlock, but Krishnamurthy has already exited the airlock. That happened a minute after he put on the airsuit. A minute after that, or half a minute after that, approximately, Krishnamurthy hangs in the water behind the aft section of the Eremita, illuminated by exterior floodlights. Subject is motionless. A minute later, SCP-3000 slowly appears to form from out of the darkness. Krishnamurthy remains motionless. This is like a ritual. 18 seconds later, exterior camera shutter as Eremita begins to reverse towards Krishnamurthy. Rescue teams have assembled in the airlock chamber. Half a minute later, SCP-3000 approaches Krishnamurthy. Its mouth begins to open. Eremita sounds horns, but neither SCP-3000 or subject appear to notice. About 20 seconds-ish later, SCP-3000 moves to just above Krishnamurthy. Subject appears to look up into the now fully exposed jaw of SCP-3000. Eremita begins to flash external floodlights. Airlock opens. Krishnamurthy. Anand! Anand, I was wrong! Oh, God save me! It's not the Krishna! It's He was wrong about this being a god. It was just a cognito hazard, you silly goof. This is why we shouldn't believe everything our brain tells us. Well, what did he say that he believed it was? Ananta Shesha. I was wrong, this is not Anta Shesha. About 10-13 seconds later, SCP-3000 strikes and quickly consumes Krishnamurthy. 20 seconds later, SCP-3000 disappears into the darkness and is no longer visible on the exterior cameras. Rescue crews are recalled. Crew begins to initiate ATZAC protocol. End log. Well, I mean, he had a hypothesis, and as a proper scientist, he used himself as a test subject, and he got eaten by the giant snake. By the giant super danger noodle. The sea dangerousest noodle. Addendum 3000.5, Personal Journal of Dr. Manava. Note: the following are excerpts from the personal diaries of Dr. Anand Manava. Dr. Manava has kept several journals during his assignment and has reported that it is beneficial to counteract the psychological and memory affecting properties of SCP-3000. I would tend to agree. Diary date 23rd of September 2009. I come to bury Venkat, not to praise him. Psychologically speaking, having your memories affected like his is not a pleasant experience for anyone. I really shouldn't be surprised he chose to relieve himself from having his memories meddled with. After all, that is Venkat Krishnamurthy. After all, it's really alarming. Being briefed on its effects doesn't change the fact that I need to constantly keep tabs on all staff, myself included, and ground us to reality. I am supposed to submit a full psychological report now detailing what has gone wrong, why a staff member turned suicidal, and a full analysis of possible ways to prevent this from happening again in the future. That is the essence of science. To the O5 and site director Knox. Have it reviewed and some new regimen designed to prevent such a travesty from happening again. It feels so fun to be able to read these things because these feel a lot more personal due to the fact that they are highest level clearance and only available to the O5 Council. So they feel a lot more scary because they're dealing with things that the SCP Foundation needs to use as a fundamental foundation to the Foundation, because this is the thing that they use for producing amnestics. He always was more religious than I am. Right at the end of his life, he was riffing on Anantashesha, a primordial Hindu snake god, and rambling about eternity. I'm not going to question the legitimacy of his belief and his claims, but this is quite the enigma. And I suppose I should consider myself lucky that this assignment is relatively benign compared to the previous assignment that I've had. Oh god, this guy. I don't think this is a mythical eel, anomalous maybe, but not really that extraordinary. It's funny. I spent the last 30 years blocking out everything my father wanted to teach me about Hinduism, and now I'm racking my brains trying to remember anything he had to say about it. I want to say that it's because of the eel, but if I'm being honest with myself, I simply tried to forget all of his teachings. Maybe not at the beginning, but certainly by the end. I can barely even remember what he looked like, but I do remember how angry he got when I couldn't remember the names of my grandparents or great-uncles. He was desperate to preserve his culture's crossed-out heritage, and I did everything I could to spite him. Ah, the rebellious youth. On his deathbed, he begged me to perform the traditional last rites after his death. He even wrote the instructions down, but I was so angry at him that I tore them up in front of him. I can't even remember why. The only memories I have of him now are how he made me feel. I spent almost 20 years trying to pass down our heritage, and all I have now is anger and hatred and regret. Well, ultimately we are shaped by those that we are around, so it is both your failure to recognize the damage that you were doing by being an angsty teenager, and it was your father's failure to instill the values that he had onto you by good means as opposed to being angry. That is a failure of you both. But that's okay, that's what makes us human. It's failure. It's one of the most important things in our lives, which is what shape us into who we are. That's why you shouldn't have regrets. Because the regrets are the reason why you are where you are today. Anyway! A week later, new entry, 30th of September 2009. Site Director Knox gathered the staff this morning for a short morning. Ha! Was this written by Deltor? After a few... this feels like skull text. After a few brief and iconic eulogies, he took me aside and told me that Venkat's replacement will come in a few weeks, and that he kept no contact with his family. It's likely his belongings will just be disposed of, and are now technically Foundation property. The director indicated that if I want to keep a thing or two from him, I should do so now. Ah. His office was relatively unremarkable. His cushy, squashed chair cushion, a few office toys, and lots of marine biology books that I should probably check out someday. The only thing I took was a statue of Ganesh that stood next to the window. Not fully sure why myself, but he's now sitting on the bookshelf. And next to a picture of myself, my wife, and our daughter at the lakeside terrace. It was a pretty unremarkable trip to some tourist trap in Lucknow, but this really is one of our best looking pictures. We're going again. We're going under again tomorrow. Ooh, next entry happens 3 months later. Wait, 2 months later. I can count. I'm good with numbers. 11/11/2009. 11th of November 2009. Ooh. Hopefully I'll be able to finish this by the time I have to wrap up stream. This was a very extensive thing, but again, this is a O5 Council article, so it is very hush-hush, as you can see. By order of Overseer Council, this is not a god, this is a hungry snake. Do not feed the snake. The snake does not need to be fed. We only feed it so it secretes sick goo. All of the D-Class managed to stay put this week, which is good. Other than the routine depression and memory loss from exposure to SCP-3000, everything was in order. Sometimes I'm a bit envious of them. All they know is that they're scooping gunk off some big eel. They don't know of its importance or why it's critical that they collect it, and how much it helps us. Of course, one saving grace of being on the psychological division for the Anzac project is the awareness of its potential effects. I'm aware of what's happening to my psyche. I know that I have memories of being that are being drained, pieces that are being lost right now. I recall images of a young man on a bicycle in front of a schoolyard gate, looking like it was the 80s, when I was in Singapore. He was laughing, yet I don't know if this man was a friend, a lover, a son, a family friend. Who this young man was, perhaps Italian or maybe Australian? Maybe this isn't even a cherished memory at all. I looked at the Ganesh statue and the picture of my family again. It's quite a shame, I truly forgot almost anything that I've done with them. I've started trying to learn some Hindu poems and songs. Went out and got a copy of the Vedas, but I can't memorize the lines properly. I've been reflecting on what Venkat told me before he passed through, his deep-seated fear of mediocrity, unable to rise out of the sea of humans that walked on the face of this earth. He's worked for the Foundation for years, and while he is one of the most well-known and household names of the Foundation, he's not exactly obscure. He's been the Foundation's leading marine biologist and go-to expert for anything aquatic, and quite well revered. I'm actually quite surprised by his jealousy. He was never the flashy and bombastic type, and I would never have guessed that he wanted fame and recognition. Perhaps he was afraid that he is doomed to be stuck in mediocrity. Perhaps the silence of this place reminded him of something worse. It feels like they're in a permanent, solitary confinement submarine. The ones that know what's going on anyway. And they're having their memory slowly drained of them. That is insanely devious. Addendum 3000.6. Memoriam of Atzak Brief, level 5000/3 level 5/3000 classified. Some new assignments had questions about our work here, so I'm publishing this to clear most of them up. Feel free to contact my office if there are any others. The Atzak protocol is a method for gathering and process the Y909 compound. It's a thick, blackish-gray fluid that SCP-3000 excretes as a part of its metabolism. I don't know the exact method by which it does this, but we have some ideas, and none of them are great for us. Oh boy. Initially, we thought it was bleeding. The first team we sent to look at SCP-3000 went down to collect blood samples for analysis. When SCP-3000 attacked and consumed them, and began producing more of the substance, we realized that we were looking at something different entirely. It's definitely not blood. It's more akin to a prion slurry. It's extremely toxic, and spending too much time around the stuff causes a lot of the same effects as exposure to SCP-3000 does. Paranoia, memory loss, suicidal thoughts, etc. Refining the raw Y909... Refining the raw Y909, what the processor call eel jelly, allows us to create amnestics more effective than any we've had access to in the history of this organization. Herein lies the ethical dilemma. SCP-3000 only creates Y-09 after eating, and only eats humans. Remember when I said we had some ideas about how it does this? Some of our biologists have hypothesized that SCP-3000 is breaking down whatever makes sapient creatures sapient. Oh. Filtering it through some part of its skin. And the residual ether is what we collect. It's basically a wood chipper, but instead of for that poor defenseless chair, it's taking humans, and the remaining residue from the wood chipper is our collective consciousness in the form of eel jelly. That's... wow. Talk about your science. You want to know something really fucked up? We've taken radiographs of this thing, trying to see what's going on inside of it. It's full of dead human bodies. It's not digesting them at all. It's doing something else. And the end result is Y909. Oh, remember when Bravo was eaten? You could hear his radio for days on end? Because he wasn't actually digested, he was just stored inside the thing until the radio broke. When we first started using Y909 in our amnestics programs, we tried to synthesize it. We got something close to what we were looking for. Y909, but the side effects were catastrophic. The amnestics would work, but we could get people to forget events. People and so on, but then they would start to forget other things too. The mental deterioration would rapidly increase until there was nothing left, and then they would die. A few of those researchers thought we might be able to figure out how to decrease the severity of those side effects, but the cost to continue those trials would have been astronomical, and the program was discontinued. Oh boy. It's no secret that what we've been doing here is abhorrent. The ethics committee, the classification committee, they're all looking at ways to make this more tolerable than what it is. But the hard truth is, if we want to continue to use modern amnestics, we have to have Y909. If we want to have Y909, we have to feed D-Class to SCP-3000. Otherwise, we'd be forced to go back to the metaphorical Dark Ages, where we were amnestizing people with opiates and chloroform. Oh god. The good news is, we're developing ROVs that should be able to take over the job of collecting raw material from our dive teams. This will eliminate any chance of accidental casualties like we've had in the past, and is a good first step. For everything else, only time will tell. The ethics committee is having a field day with this one, as am I. As am I. One of the backbones of the SCP Foundation is a giant eel that secretes the sludge that the... What are the amnestics made out of? People! Of course they are. They're filtered through the big eel, but at the end of the day, it's the consciousness of people that is being fed back into the amnestics to make people forget. Wow. I am at a loss for words, but we are reaching the conclusion of this article so far. Addendum 3000.7, the personal journal of Dr. Manava. Note: the following journal is the full text of a page, penned in the hand of Dr. Manava, which was ripped out of a journal and placed on his nightstand. Undated. I have spent a considerable amount of time on this assignment attempting to understand the underlying effects of individuals exposed to Class 8 a Class 8 cognito hazard. That is 8, right? I'm not crazy. That's the Roman numeral for 8, right? V means 5, and then 5 plus 3 is 8. I'm right about this, right? I should. I hope I am, because I'm not. I've been saying the class wrong the whole time. Anyway... okay, it's right. Cool, thank you. That's kind of the same way I also look at numbers myself. Like, what's 8? It's 5 plus 3. What's 9? It's 5 plus 4. I don't know why, but it's more comforting to my brain to see numbers in that sense. Like, what's 4? It's 2 plus 2. And what's 5? It's 2 plus 3. And so on. Only 5. 5 is the prime number! Is it a prime number? What is a prime number? I flunked math. Anyway, I have conducted numerous personnel interviews, written a great many psychological reports, but I have not been able to properly deduce what about this creature would lead a perfectly sane man to out the door of that airlock and into the maw of the eel. Earlier this week, I was preparing my notes for another report. I accidentally knocked a picture of myself, my wife, and my daughter off my nightstand. The glass shattered as it hit the ground, and the picture fell out. As I cleaned it up, I noticed something. Oh no. I noticed something written on the reverse of the image. It said, Anand, Shanti, and Padma, June 2002. But the writing was not mine. It was Venkat's. I was puzzled by this. Why would Venkat have written on the back of a picture of mine? I thought little of it at the time, and cleaned up the mess, and went about my day. But this question stuck with me. It was a little thing. Easily explained by any number of ways, but I could not seem to shake the notion of uncertainty. It was not until last night that a horrifying thought struck me, one that I could not sleep on. I accessed the Foundation personal archives and realized the truth that I cannot reconcile. Shanti was Venkat's first wife. Padma was his daughter. The records are clear. The life I remember, the experiences I am certain I have had with them, are the experiences and memories of Venkat, not me. I have never been married, and I have no children. Even now, I can see my wife in my mind, hear her laughter, smell her hair, but I know now that it is Venkat. I see her through. I see her through, not me. It is Venkat I see her through, not me. The horror of this realization has not been replaced with a queer sort of dread. Wait, so horror. Sorry. This is what reading for 3 hours straight does to a person. The horror of this realization has been replaced with a queer sort of dread. I figured out what the eel does. Something about it, some latent part of its creation, abhors cognition. It breaks down human consciousness and scatters it. The part of us that we believe is a soul, until all that remains is what we really are. Electrical signals that will someday become inert. Yes. That is what yes. Even if I can't remember myself, how can I expect anyone else to remember me? I have forgotten my own life, and I am strangely apathetic at this revelation. I will fade into the darkness, as thousands before me have, and thousands after me will. No one will care as I am forgotten. So that's the epiphany that Venkat had. What was his name again? Krishnamurthy. It basically takes away your cognition, so it takes away your securities. And even if you're a very accomplished Foundation agent, and like a super biologist and a really cool guy, it basically eats away at the foundations of who you are, until the only thing it's left is that because you don't have any core experiences, it eats away at your core experiences. So you get replaced by the grief and the fear that you'll fade into obscurity and darkness and will be forgotten. That is a horrifying thing, because like when I'm reading this, I think about myself, like, do I feel the certain way, like, do I feel the fear that I will one day be forgotten and cease to exist in both the physical sense where I will perish, and the second death where your name is uttered for the last time? And I don't really have a problem with this. We are billions have lived across reality, and our time on this planet has been absolutely wonderful, so I will rise again! You are effectively immortal after all, but to avoid getting teary-eyed, I am very happy with the time I've spent, and I feel like just because that time will one day come to an end, it isn't invalidated by the virtue of its finality. And if I am forgotten by existence, that again doesn't invalidate what I'm experiencing in the here and now. So, to me, it comes down to a question of whether or not I value being remembered. But ultimately, it's a fool's errand, because ultimately time will grind everything. Because no matter how incredible you are or how famous you are, we live on this planet, and this planet will eventually be swallowed by the sun, and then the sun will explode, and so on and so forth. And even if we travel to distant cosmoses where we will keep our information intact and have a historical recollection of everything that happened on our planet, do you really think that you'll be included? Those are the terms I think about it. So it's not really something worth stressing over, in my opinion. So, what you're saying is that you would be in charge of the eel project? I see, that's the problem with the eel project, is that I wouldn't, because I like myself, and this thing eats away at who you are. I like my memories where they are, even jumbled though they may be. See, that's the thing, is I'm basically the reverse of the effects of this thing, because I have the memories of two guys in me, and I've managed to become a separate personality through the combination of all those memories. And I like that. I like who I am. And I'd like to continue evolving, adapting, and growing into a better version of myself tomorrow than who I am today. And this thing eats away at that, because you literally do not remember all of your accomplishments, and you fear the void. Couple days down, there, and you won't even remember not wanting to do this. Exactly! So, no thank you. I'd rather stay away from the giant scary danger noodle. Anyway. Where were we? I've been reflecting on what Van Cat told me before he passed through, his deep-seated fear of mediocrity, unable to rise out of the sea of humans. Perhaps the silence... paranoia, memory loss, eel jelly... On the undated one. Thank you! The horror of this realization is dread. I figured out what the eel does. Electrical signals, yep. Ah. Ha. I can't, if even I can't remember myself, how can I expect anyone else? Yeah, I have forgotten my own life, strangely apathetic. I will fade into darkness. No one will care. I do not despair for my own sake, but for us all, you and I. We will all face obliteration. I am not important. You are not important. Vast droplets of irrelevancy, stretching eons in the sea of time. We may fight against it, but our enemy is inevitability. See, this guy gets it. We are literally a speck in the grand cosmos of infinity. Is it really worth stressing about being remembered in the annals of time, which are, to our very limited human monkey three-dimensional comprehension, might I say, very limited? Like, it's basically trying to play your hand at God. And I might be a very powerful wizard in my own right, but I am not a fool. I am not an arrogant fool, anyway. I do not think the eel is Anante Shesha. I do not think it would matter if it was. What is clear to me now, as I feel myself coming apart, is not that the eel is some mythological creature or divine serpent. Perhaps it's just a primitive creature that eluded us. Holding no malice, perhaps it really is a primordial deity, harboring resent beneath the surface. The eel is not the harbinger of my demise or humanity's doom. The eel is not the end of all things. It only shows us what the end looks like. And in spite of everything we might believe, every ideal we hold, or provide, we pray for, or providence we pray for, I know this much is true for us all. Our end will be a forgotten one. And honestly, that's fine. Live in the moment. Now, what you are doing now is what has meaning and value. Whether or not there's going to be a statue of you 50 million years from now on some distant planet, with people who have no idea who you were, what you were as a character or a person, and it's just a perversion because information has exchanged throughout people to the point where it's no longer recognizable. It's a fool's errand, in my opinion. And that's the end of the article. Note, Dr. Manava was later discovered unresponsive near the aft airlock. Evidence suggested that Dr. Manava had broken into the onboard storage locker and ingested a significant amount of raw Y909. Dr. Manava was moved off of the Eremita and remains at Site 151 for analysis. Huh. Huh. Well, honestly, at least it's a better thing to do than what, keep forgetting his name. Venkat. It's a cool name, but I keep forgetting it because my memory is... Oh, it wasn't even his full name. His full name was Venkatraman. Poor Venkatraman. Oh, maybe he felt like if he ate enough of the soul eel juice that he would basically assimilate the memories of all the people that the eel ingested. Specifically, there we go. Specifically within several canyon, due to SCP-3000's internal biology is believed to be similarly anomalous. O-9 Alpha is believed to have been addressing a former member of the command team assigned to SCP-3000, Barry Hughes, who has passed away 2 years prior. Or he wanted to forget the horror. Either or, I mean... Presumably because they have raw Y909 and D-class personnel, they would presumably have refined, fully functional amnestics. But at the same time, if he did that, he wouldn't be able to do his job, so it was probably a dilemma on his part. It's really difficult to be able to get a gauge on the cognitive ability of somebody who's had his cognition eaten away by an anomalous 900-kilometer-long eel thing. Yeah, that's the end of that statement. But yeah, that was an amazing article. Insane, but incredible all the same. Wow. Another one of the Foundation's dirty secrets laid bare before 05 Council member Bowenthius. It sounds so fancy, such a fancy title of I've been given. What was I, 05-06? Anyway. Wonderful. But that's it. SCP-3000, everybody. I have one you can add to your tabs for another time, one that would increase your overall power should you visit. Haha! Victory is had on this day. Glorious victory. Let us put that down on the tabs. 3989. Did I did read. I didn't read that one, didn't read that one. Fascinating. Right, okay, I have gotten the new articles. Hold on, let's save the tab. You are very welcome for stream. Thank you for attending. It's always a pleasure to see a cornucopia of regulars in my stead. It is just wonderful to know that whenever I stream, I have an audience. It's weird because the more I stream, the more I get used to the notion that I'm doing this because I want to do it and I'm doing it for me. Because I personally derive entertainment value from reading these cool articles or playing these cool games and ingesting all of the great stories. And as that happens, simultaneously I gain a bigger audience of regulars that are consistently there. It's like the more I don't need it, the more the more normalcy it obtains within the channel of Bowenthius. Right, save that. Okay. Thank you for a great stream, Bo, and always joy. Like I said, likewise, it's wonderful. So, now that we're done with that, let's find out where the world will take us. I will figure this out eventually. Haha! There we go. No, I did it wrong. There we go, I did it right that time. I'm trying to open a new tab on my browser, and... Seems, oh yes, you reminded me that due to the fact that, well, I mean, that's gonna happen in a month from now-ish, but yeah, I'll have to figure out what to do with regards to the Raid of Scions affiliate subscriber edition. But the original raid message will remain. approaching the end. Yes, indeed, other platform that shall not be named Deltor. That is correct. Anyway, YouTube. YouTube? I just named it. Oops. I meant to say Twitch, but my brain misfired. Silly that happens. Let's see here. I don't have two personalities, right, Deltor? I hope Deltor agrees with you. Let's go with all reliable. Hippity hoopity dippity doopity. Yeah. Because they're still doing a thon, so might as well. Oh, yeah. Hopefully you'll enjoy your time at the Marin Frog Company. They are delightful. And I'm sort of borrowing their shtick with regards to streamloots.com/my name. And hopefully that will bear fruit in the future. But yeah, they have that whole shtick there, and they are unaffiliated, so... Yes! Anyway, hopefully you'll enjoy your time there. See you next week for more lovely Bowenthius-based adventures. We'll probably continue more of what I did today, and also... the story of milk inside of a... milk outside of a bag of 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 milk, because I finished the game, but I did not understand the story to its 100% completion extent, and as such I want to get all the Steam achievements, so that's what we'll be doing. But until then, thank you very much for stopping by. Hope you enjoy the rest of your day, hope you enjoy your weekend, and farewell. Bye-bye.